It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims of Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and end. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. I hope you all had a great weekend. I hope everybody's healthy. All that good stuff. So it's a Monday. I think we're, what's this, the 4th week of trial already? The calendar. All right, hold on. Yeah, it's the 4th week, all right. Yes, it is. All right, what was that? The Brady List thing? Yeah. Aiden's pretty much on that stuff. I mean, if something happens, like with Buchanan or something like that, even Tully, I mean, I know Aiden's got some really, really solid sources. But that's not a .mass.gov website. It's a .com. That's kind of the issue right there. So, but no, I mean, I'm open. I mean, I'm open to being wrong. I'll show you. Like, I'm open to that. Like, if that's, I'm okay. But I don't know. We just try and bring you guys, the information that you guys want, need, all that stuff. So that's all. Sometimes you're wrong. Happens, right? Happens. Yeah, she friggin' jammed that $1 million mark, guys. Absolutely incredible, huh? That is talk about a team effort there, man. Yep. I haven't got that voice to text thing down either, so I feel for you there. And some of the voice to text I get, some of the stuff I get is just weird. But either way, right. Problem's gonna be finding parking. Good morning. Who's that? Someone say good morning. Voice to text is a Boston accent. Yeah. Can you imagine that? That'd be wonderful. Voice to text Boston wise, huh? Oh my. I'm telling you that just getting here, it just seems like there's so many people on the road. I get it. But either way. So listen. I have a question for people, right? If hypothetically speaking, if Karen said or asked for that matter, I hit him, right? If she said that, right? Who asked Karen? Hold on, guys. But nobody asked with what? I hit him with what? What did you hit him with? Nobody asked that question of Karen. How? How do you not ask that follow-up question? I do not understand. If she said that, why would they not then say with what? You hit him? What did you hit him with? A bat? A golf club? Take your pick for that matter. What did you hit him with? Nobody asked, right? Nobody asked. Because that's a logical question, isn't it? Oh. Oh my. Front row again. Front row again. Right? I mean, isn't that like RVA? If I said, I hit him, like I got in a fight and I hit him. Did you hit him with your fist? You hit him with a chair? Right? Yeah. Like they didn't even question her. To me, that's odd. Right? Don't put that on stage. That's my everyone. Morning, Papa. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. Peppa, I hope Brutus is doing well. Poor guy. Poor guy. Hey, bud, it's all good, right? It's all good. It's not a big deal. It's not even an issue. That's the funny part. It's not even an issue. Not today. It's that lady in down south. She's gonna be in a fire. Grab my kids. I bounced. Ain't gonna be no fire. Not today. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta mute. All right. No one's late. You're all here when you're supposed to be, right on time. Right? No one's late. Back. Okay, StreamYard. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. So, come on. So, if you think about this, right? Think about this, right? Karen and John were at the bar, right? They were at the bar together. They're with another guy. I think another couple. Mike and his wife, I think. I don't know. And what's that? Hold on. Jeez, I can't read that. When they were there, they got along, didn't they? They didn't argue. They sure didn't fight. So, like, how can they say that there was an argument so vicious that Karen had to run him down in that short period of time? That don't make no sense, right? How can that be? How? How did Jen know there was a fight? How did Jen know there was an argument? Right? Where's all the debris? Where's all the debris that John would have had all over his body? Where's that? Where's all that debris that they was collected? You know, like the dirt that had to get ground into his head to make that gash. I mean, you don't get a clean gash like that on top of snow without leaving a mark. Like, no, you don't. Where's the debris? Where's all the debris? Doesn't exist. Whole case is a joke. All right. StreamYard. Let's see if this works. Click that. I have one going right now. There's my other one right here. Trying to get this going now. Both of them. So you get two different views again. It may be, it may be because I have too many people on. But that's okay. Because I can do this. Close that. And I have a microphone. Let me get my microphone out. I gotta put you guys down for a second. Yep. So. What did I do? What did I do with them? I didn't. All right. Come on now. What? Everything's acting funny today. Like my phones, it's like they got a mind of their own. I try and connect something and it won't connect, which is odd. So that's off. It can't be paired. On. That's on. Okay. All right, so 1 second, guys. Let me try this. So, what else are we going to talk about here, real quick? No debris on the back of John's head, right? Oh, that's right. No debris in his head. Now, as it comes to the tail light itself, how do they expect to pass off the tail light when, if you live in New England, you kind of realize and you kind of know that when the wrong one, when you drive a car in the snow, your car gets covered with snow, salt, come on now, get in here. Oh, okay. I see you doing that. So, that's crazy. I'm at my house. All this stuff freaking works. Microphones, I test them, plug them all in. They're all charged. I don't understand what the... I don't want to swear, but this is something that's really bothering me now. Why? Why when I come here does this stuff not work? My Bluetooth, right? I turn the Bluetooth on. This is fully charged. Hit the button there. Turn this on. This should see this. Tell me you freaking see it. Pair, right? Check. M. Check. Ready. Radio check. 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 Radio check. Check, check, check. Radio check. Radio check. Radio check. Record. Record. Don't yell. Record. Record. Check. Record. Record. Don't yell. Record. Okay. Check. Okay. See if I can get back into StreamYard now. Haha. All right. Let's do this. Enter. I'm trying to get better audio for you guys. Settings, audio, microphone, Bluetooth. Yep. It's a microphone. Check, 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 check. Okay, it works. Pissa. Boom. Now when I put this up here, right? Do that. Okay, let me check this one more time. Oh, Wait a minute. That may work. That may work too. All right. So if I turn off airplane mode, it may work. Let's see. Come on. You can do it. It's popping. Let's go. Let's go. Almost, guys. Ugh. Oh, maybe. Oh, come on. You can do it. So this is what we're going to do with this. It's got to be, it has to be the seats. Like how many users you can have in the StreamYard interface, because they're not letting my tablet go on. So we just kill that, or we just want to do this anyway, so I can record and use it for later. I wonder who we're gonna have to testify today. Does anybody know? Anyone have an idea? Anybody? Come on, spin in there. What? This is the most freaking stupid thing I've done in a while. Come on, that says a lot. I had all this stuff set up. It was all ready to go. I just had to put it together. And I get here, and none of my stuff's working. Like even the stupidest basic stuff. And that's not, I'm all done with you. Okay, bye-bye. I ain't playing that today. Nope. Done. All right. That's that. Wow. Hold on. I'm getting out of that into this. Enter. Mute. That better, guys? You guys hear me good? I can't tell. I'll have to turn this down. How about that? That sounds a little bit better. All right. Does it sound clear and not windy? Yeah, isn't Flipper doing a great job? Doing a great job on X. He's doing a great job in general. Amazing guy. Well, I'm walking all through a bunch of buildings, so yeah, it was my buddy. He's see that guy right there? He's gonna be the next Marvin Hagler. Remember Marvin Hagler? That's who you're looking at right there, guys. The next Marvin Hagler. Is everyone getting the picture? Nice. Is that why I don't have a girlfriend? A lot of first dates. Morning. Good. How are you? Hey, Henry. Ooh, Henry's a good boy.
We're going across the street.
What an awesome dog. He's always been the friendliest, nicest dog. I think of every one of them. He really is a good dog. Morning. So, here's the thing. See how this truck is right here? If I'm on the other side, I'm not going to be able to see Karen, right? You won't see her if that truck's here. So I'm going to go to this corner right here because that is the closest corner that you're going to be able to get. Woo, this wind is seriously snapping. Trying to do a better job at keeping the camera vertical. I saw a comment somebody made about that, about the camera. So try and do this today. A little more conscious of where the camera's focused. Ah, Florida, huh? Maybe we gotta head south. Just can you imagine for a second that you're her? She woke up today with a friggin' murder charge over her head. Something she didn't do. Oh my goodness, who's sending $20? Wow, RBA. RBA, thank you. And who's this? Renee. I've been trying to play catch up every evening, though I missed chat. Thank you, Tom Mind Chatters, for being so loyal. I missed it. Where'd it go? I didn't read the rest of it. It's gone. I don't know what happened. That's weird. Huh. Morning, Seven Hills. Cold morning here in Dedham, I'll tell you that much. That wind goes right through you. That's the paddy wagon they have for us. For all the people. Paddy wagon right there. Good morning, Melanie. My mic is clipping. I'm using the external mic right here on the phone. I think a lot of it's the wind. The wind is blasting through here, so I think the microphone's trying to keep from like cutting it out. Is it me or is it you? The audio. Oh, it's definitely a bandwidth problem. Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing. I can see when I see chat, I only see like one, maybe two lines of chat. Can you guys see this if I do that? Like that's all I can see. So let's try this, okay? Does that sound better by any chance? The audio at all sound any better? Sound. I got a feeling. Okay. Yeah. Bandwidth issue. Oh, cool. Is the picture good? Nice. I won't touch anything on the audio, right? And then we'll see if there's an issue later on. Like when all the media gets here. Mike's on his way. Yep. Solutions, always solutions, right? Wow, it's freaking cold out here. Thank you, Angie. I hope you had a good weekend, Angie. Yeah, it's a little cold out today. The wind is kind of going right through you. I don't know. I heard he was. But the buffer zone is only like inactive when Karen comes into court. So. Yep. They're all down the other end of the buffer zone because when Karen comes, they they go out in the street and they talk to her through the car window. But when I got here, they were all right there at the street taking a picture. I tried to get that on the screen so you guys could see everybody. Because that's what I did last year. The pictures I took, I wasn't in them. So, yep, paddy wagon, ready to rock and roll right there. And it's staffed with a driver that's here all day on the clock, and he sits in that vehicle all day long. Yeah. Nope, Karen's not here yet. Morning, morning, morning. Good to see everybody. Yep, $1 million. They popped $1 million, man. I'm sorry. You guys all popped $1 million. You guys did that, man. You guys raised all that money for Karen Read. $1 million. And you know, it's not enough. That's the problem. It's not enough. We still got to donate to that fund, guys. It's not over. There's a lot to go here. Yep, over $1 million. That's all. Yep. Yeah, I'm just absolutely, oh, there you go. I'm absolutely, honored that you guys are here today. Yeah, Glenn, isn't that the truth? Oh my God, Glenn, you are so right. Yep. And we all need to get together and keep continuing to donate to Karen's Defense Fund. That's all there is to it. Yep. Well, that's the thing, right? Do we want to go through another trial, right? We're not even through this trial yet. And there's already evidence coming up that we've never seen. So, like, how do you defend against that? All right, somebody pop mic in from here.
What's up, man?
Oh, all right, I can't hear you. Hey, what's up, bud?
Can hear you.
Great, how are you?
Something to eat.
There you go, breakfast down the street, man. Hey, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yep. What's going on?
Not much. It's freezing out here, man.
Is it really? It's a little chilly.
Woo!
Where are you?
I am at the closest spot to be able to see Karen and her team walk into court.
Gotcha. All right.
So
You get a little bit. It's 8:10. You get a little bit of time.
yeah.
What's up, RBA, buddy? Tommy.
Yes, sir.
Someone
Yes,
sent me someone DM'd me this morning and says that they want to give Shay a pony that they made, like a stuffed doll.
Okay.
Can I have him email it to you and get the address and stuff?
Yeah. I'll make sure it gets where it's got to go. I promise.
All right.
Shay's awesome.
Yeah, she's like, do you have the means to get it over to her? Blah, 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 blah. She's like, I'm a Karen Reed supporter. Previously auctioned stuff ponies off for Karen's defense fund. Recently saw a video of Shay greeting Karen with that sweet interaction. Felt compelled to make Shay a pony. Do you have the means to get it to her, or DM me to someone who can? I can ship it to whomever. All right?
Yeah, okay, that wasn't me.
Huh?
That wasn't me. Whatever happened wasn't me.
I know, but she
Wow.
saw on our phone something happened, and I don't know. So she wants to make sure you can get it to her.
Absolutely.
All right, pal. I'm going to give her your email address.
Yeah, cputom@gmail.com.
All right, Tom. Thanks.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yep. And
She's
then you can go from. Good.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart, Shay.
Yeah, she is, man.
Yeah.
CPU Tom.
Morning.
A lot of people there today.
I think it's about medium. Not like a super lot, but
So are there people down in front of the courthouse now, or across the street, or what?
yeah, they're down the other end. They're all down
Way
the
down
other. Yeah, way down the
Okay.
other where the buffer zone was. I don't know why, but they went back to there because the traffic stops, and they
Gotcha.
they run out and say hi to Karen and stuff. So right here on this corner, this is the closest you can get to
Yeah.
her.
Or across the street from the registry of deeds, but that's too far away.
Right, but not just that, but there was a big 18-wheeler. So I'm like, oh boy, that would be bad.
Right.
So this, I guess, is the easiest, closest way to get you guys a good image.
Okay, cool.
Yep. And then, right, I was over at Carrie's, and I was she had like a pool skimmer. I was gonna get one of them extended, right? Put the phone on the end of it and shoot it over the street. As long as I'm on this side of the sidewalk, I'm all right.
Okay.
So like a pool skimmer with a phone on the end of it, reach out all the way over there.
How's your weekend?
Dynamite. What a dynamite weekend.
Wow. Welsh Grill, 74 for Tom's breakfast, $50. Wow.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Welsh
Are you
Grill,
kidding
74.
me?
No. Thank you so much.
Wow.
She's buying you breakfast.
Jesus, thank you. My goodness. That's what a wonderful, geez, thank you so much.
Nice people, man. And RVA donated some money too. Thanks, RVA.
RVA is the man. So listen, I was thinking, right, Mike?
Yeah, buddy.
So like, if Karen did say those words, I hit him.
Yeah.
How come nobody asked her with what? I hit him with my hand. I hit him with my phone. Right?
Yeah. True.
Nobody asked the follow-up question.
Yeah, it's a play on words, that's for sure. Definitely.
But then, right, if you want to go to the evidence, Mike, there's no salt on the taillight. I mean, you've driven through salt and sand and snow and that nasty weather. Salt gets everywhere. Nothing.
Yep.
Nothing's in the taillight. If it was broken, you would have salt inside the taillight, wouldn't you?
You would.
In the opening?
You would have all kinds of moisture inside there.
With the salt. And then they drove it back on the flatbed, and it still didn't have any. Like, wow.
Jesus, you've been you put some thought into this one. That's a good idea. That's a good thought.
And then, right, you ready for this? Yeah. John's head gets smashed open, right? And there's no debris in it. There's no grass. There's no dirt.
I know.
Like,
I know.
How?
I feel you, bro. I know. That's been my thing too. Like someone brought it up. I forget what day it was. There was no metal. There was no grass.
Zero.
Nope.
It should be fiber optic plastic, right? Not fiber optic. The the polycarbonate plastic should be inside his brain, inside the skull,
Right.
inside his arm. I took
Oh,
took a piece of glass out here, took a piece of glass out here. Nope.
How's the law enforcement today? They all right?
Yeah, they're all right.
Good.
I'm sure that dude right there is cold. I tell you right now.
It's that cold out, huh?
Yeah, the wind's freaking right through you. It's brutal. The wind is brutal.
Hey, I was a half an hour late this morning. Can you dock my pay?
Yeah, sure. I'll put it in on every weekend. Man, and even people driving by giving you a thumbs up. It's just nice, you know.
Well, that warms you up inside.
Yeah. Yep. Morning. Good? How are you?
Well, you are in the shade too, Tom. Too. You need a cup of coffee there.
Well, I'm out of the wind. If I step forward up here, the wind's just it's snapping.
Oh yeah, Kristen, thanks for the 25.
Yeah.
For lunch today too.
Amazing, Kristen. Thank you so much. You guys are gonna make me gain some weight here. I'm gonna be big.
Yeah, that's what we need, buddy.
It's kind of been my this weight my whole life.
That's true too.
So,
I was 185 in high school, and then I'm heavier than that now. But at one point in the last 3 years, I was back to 185, and it was so hard to do.
Yep.
I'm a fat pig.
When I was going to the gym, I gained some weight back in the day.
Yeah, you're probably doing protein shakes and eating right.
Yeah,
right?
creatine, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
So, Mike, I spent the weekend with the next Marvin Hagler.
Yo, you met with him again?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Man, his hands are fast. Like, I've seen fast before. This dude is fast. He's just different. He's built different. His mentality is different. He's got he wants to win, right? So if he wants to fight somebody, he'll study them and study them and study them, and then he won't fight them because he knows their weakness, and then when he does fight them, he wins. So he's in it like in a different level than I've seen other boxers get in it before. This guy he's got it. Huh?
When's his next fight?
I don't know yet. He's in the middle of training.
All right.
So
let me know because I would definitely go to that.
Mike, this guy's you're gonna see this guy somewhere.
Well, we had him on the show, didn't we?
No, there's another guy. That was Ryan.
Yeah.
This is another guy. This is this is Ryan on steroids.
Okay.
Totally different animal altogether. They're both equally good.
Yeah.
This guy here is he's got that difference. It makes it's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super good guy.
Wow.
Loves his kid.
Fenway Park lineup. Wow, it's insane.
Is that is he fighting? I don't think he's fighting. Ryan might be fighting. I don't know if he is.
No.
But yeah, we got some good stuff coming down the road.
Yeah, I'm going to a show Sunday at Boston College.
Wait, who are we going to see?
That's a good question. I forget who's playing. But it's a 3-day festival. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Oh.
It's crazy. It's Hop Stadium.
Is it a long weekend?
Yeah. Yep.
It's a long weekend. It's good.
This weekend, Memorial Day weekend, buddy.
Nice.
So we have a half day Thursday and off Friday, in court, anyways. So, where you going? Oh,
out of the wind. Wow. Wow, dude. Woo.
Yeah, buddy.
Warm up a minute here.
Yeah, you sound like, yeah. So, yeah, that sun looks nice. It's at Harvard Stadium in Boston, football field. It's got 3 stages, and if you just look up Boston Calling, Google it, and see who's playing Sunday, there's all kinds of bands playing. It's unbelievable. I saw the Killers last year. Who else was there? So a bunch of people. The girl with the red hair. Shit, she's big now. Down at the Red Pony Room, dancing at the Red Pony Room girl. We got her name. She was there. I don't know. It's good. It's a good time. It's open. It's so open. You sit on the field.
Yeah.
Steven Davis, Dangerous Davis. Yeah, I like that name.
There you go. That's a good name.
Yeah, it is.
Sarah. Sarah's bringing her son Alex into Boston today for an appointment. Please just give him a little prayer and a little shout out to Alex.
Alex, shout out, buddy.
There you go.
13 Kings. I'll be there at 9:30.
Great.
All right. Yeah, Pink Pony Girl. Yeah, that's who I saw. What's the name of that girl that sang that song? I saw her there. It was crazy. The Killers. I've been for I've been going for the last 4 years now. So no one really knows. They don't talk about it. And I was supposed to see the Foo Fighters there, but COVID happened.
The Foo Fighters at OT.
They were there, but they got canceled because of COVID.
Right?
I can't hear you, buddy.
I'm there.
Oh, thank you for the $20. I've been trying to put.
Oh my God! Wow! Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sending that over. Yeah.
Wow!
You guys are awesome.
I know, really.
I'll try to see who's playing. Yeah, you can go for 3 days, or you can go for 1 day. It's like graduation weekend up there. It's crazy. I know there's one band we want to. Let's see. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so I was thinking over the weekend how.
Oh, I know what it is. It's Dave Matthews.
Oh, well, that's a good band, man. Yeah.
Dave Matthews, Sublime, Public Enemy, ton of other ones. Spin Doctors. Wow. Yeah. And April Lavigne's going to be there on Saturday. Fall Out Boy. The Black Crowes will be there Saturday. On Friday, you have Luke Combs, Megan Maroney, TLC, T-Pain. It's a good time, man. They mix up with like rap, country, regular mainstream music. Yeah. Dave Matthews will be there Sunday. That's who I'm going to see.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be there. And it's nice and spread open. Wide. You can go to the stage. There's 3 stages. So when one band is done playing their set, like 6 songs, there's another band already getting ready to go. So you're not like lapsing. Oh yeah, 3 different stages, dude. It's crazy.
Wow.
Anyways, yeah.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah. So. Phenomenal Jim. What is this?
There's Mr. and Mrs. Reed getting out of the car.
Hey, I'm going to ask you if you can. If you can, you can't. It's a little blurry, but I'm okay with it. You know, how's the chat looking at it? You guys all right?
There's Nathan looking sharp in his tie.
Did he just give you a wave? Yeah.
Yeah. Always does.
Yeah. I wonder if they call ahead and say, "Hey, we're coming."
I don't know.
Imagine make the sticker of the stripper.
I mean, they should.
8:30-ish. Rosanna McDonald, thanks for your $4 super sticker.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Sarah D, thanks. Yeah, Pink Pony Girl, thank you. Chaperone. So when I saw her, like we were walking in. This is like last year, 2 years ago, and the crowd was going crazy. I mean, nuts. And we
Really?
caught her, and oh yeah, and then she blew up right afterwards. That's the kind of people they put in there. They've been mixing up pretty good. If you have a chance, get down there. I would not drive though. I would take the city or take an Uber. It's pretty easy. Has the Debbie Blair, has the buffer zone been clarified? I guess I'm going to say yes.
Hey, what's up? Dude, you looking
Tommy.
great. Like that. Hey, look who I bumped into. James Jackson, the man.
What's up, Sam?
Hey,
Dude, good to
hey,
see
you
you.
gotta put
man.
Dude, you got a
Tommy,
fresh.
put your big screen on.
You're looking
Looking
good,
good, man.
Looking sharp. I'm gonna go
Nice.
grab my coffee real fast.
Yeah.
Try to get it in before we go inside.
No doubt. Wow. Hey, you and JFK are doing a dynamite job, man.
Yeah,
You're
we're
killing it.
trying.
Keep
Thank you.
doing it, man.
Yeah.
You're right on the money too.
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah. I listened to one you guys, someone sent me a podcast you guys did like I don't know, a couple weeks ago. You were so right back then about today. There we are. You guys are right on the money. So
Yeah.
you ain't far off.
No, we figured out the bullshit.
Yeah, keep it good work, man. We're proud of you. Later, James. Nice. Well, that was a good surprise, huh?
Yeah, you're a good guy.
Yeah,
There you go. Perfect, Tom.
no doubt.
You must be going inside to sit on the stands. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could do that, dude.
Dude, those benches will wipe your butt out.
And I've been in court enough. I don't need to go back into court.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. It was like funny last year. Like, do you want to go into court? I'm like, no.
No.
I'm like, well,
no.
yeah, no.
Yeah, I do, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Public Enemy is also playing. Yep. You gotta check it out, dude. My wife turned me onto it. We were like, "Woo, what's this all about?" And you can buy 3-day passes and shit. It's fucking crazy.
Wow. How am
And
I
they got
doing
fierce- Yeah, you're doing good, buddy.
with the filming? Am I keeping it
Yeah.
vertical? All right.
Yeah, looks good, dude.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. Imagine sitting in court all day.
You gotta, I'm telling you, like when I went and saw Abe just going to a couple of his things, I'd sit in the way back, and it was just like, even for an hour, it's uncomfortable. Oh, Karen Reed's defense fund hit $1 million? No way.
Yeah, they topped $1 million, man.
Oh, yes.
Yep. And I'm trying to tell
Jenny?
people that's what you all did. You all donated to that fund. That's $1 million, $5, $10, $2. That's a lot, man. You guys should be proud of yourselves for everybody that donated.
Wow.
Yeah.
1 million. Holy shit, dude.
Of subscribers and supporters money. Think about that.
That's amazing, man.
That says something.
I remember when you and Nick Rocco were getting together, I was thinking how much we were gonna raise, you know?
$5,000. We were like, no way. No way. How do I $5,000? It was an unattainable figure. No way. There's no way. There's no way.
That's
And look
fucking
at it. It's a friggin' billboard. It took a half hour to get $5,000, dude.
If I remember correctly, around Christmas time it was $500,000.
Wow.
So in 5 months, we made. If I'm doing it right, because I remember seeing $500,000 like around like Christmas time. But that's just awesome. That's keeping it. You know what that is? It's everybody being aware of it. You know, being around it, being there. I wonder who the $1 million donation was. Who gave
I
it?
know.
That hit it. We get to find that. That'd be kind of cool.
Uh-oh. I'm
Hey,
sorry,
Austin
guys. I gotta
Insider.
mute you. Because here comes the fire trucks. It's going to be loud. So.
All right. Aussie, what's going on, man?
Oh, is Aussie in here?
Yeah. She's
Oh,
good.
nice. Awesome.
Hey,
Welcome.
just mute yours, Tommy, while they go by. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, Aussie, you got to come back on this week because co-hosts are kind of cool during the week. Helps out with us too, you know. We're doing 8-hour sessions, and I'm a big baby, so it's I get these allergy attacks. Like literally, this morning I fell back to sleep on Tommy, and here I am now.
Is that why you've been sleeping a lot? Because of allergies?
Tom, yeah, something's up,
Oh
dude.
my God.
Yeah, I'm fucked. Like literally fucked. Like,
I was at my friend's house yesterday. I couldn't keep my eyes open. It was stinging. I'm like, I'm tired.
yeah. Oh yeah, listen to your body, dude. Always sleep. Hey, that thing we talked about with my in-laws is ready this week.
Okay. That's cool.
Ready? Yeah, ready. Like maybe Friday because you're not working.
Yeah, that's
there, you know?
yeah.
Or whatever. You know what I mean? There's no certain you can do whatever, but
Figure it out.
that'd be kind of cool, huh?
Awesome. And what's this?
Hey, if you need to dump anything out of your house, you can. Oh, what's going on down there?
I don't know.
Oh, well, Tommy. Oh no.
Yeah.
They're coming to get you?
No. I'm okay here. Sergeant Hartman told me.
Oh, he's just parking probably.
Yep.
Is this guy banging a Huey?
No, he's trying to get in the parking lot without. Here comes the ambulance now. Jesus. All right, you guys gotta hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, boy.
This guy's coming hot.
Local honey and neti pot. I've heard honey before. You're not the first person to say that, Angie. Oh, Stacy, come over to Seeking Justice. Stay there. I know. Tom's got 2 channels going. I'm trying to get him to convert it over, but he's got so many subscribers over there, subs. I mean, so I think eventually they'll slowly come over here. It doesn't really, they get the same coverage, but yeah, I think it's the same chat. Am I wrong? He's the CPU guy.
In StreamYard, because we put it on the other one, it all comes to us. Like we see both chats.
All right.
But
Okay.
I don't think CPU sees Seeking and Seeking doesn't see CPUs. I don't think.
All right. Change it. Okay. Call your doc. Ask for a single. Yeah, I get a doctor's appointment in another week or two. A follow up, and I just started the process to figure out why. Because I've never had allergies before.
All right.
Not the same chat.
Who do we think coming on the stand today?
Oh, that's a great question, dude. Great question. Here's the thing with Hank. No clue.
None.
No clue, dude. All right, so we finished up with a professional MSP, right? The girl with the green, like Scotty Bello, and the girl with the green hair. I don't know. Maybe a crash reconstructionist. I don't know. Judson Welcher, maybe. I don't know.
Hank. It's up to Hank, right?
Yeah, I mean, they know that. Well,
Speaking of devil, there's my boy right there.
Who?
Hank.
Oh, yeah.
Should I ask him?
No, do not talk to that guy.
I can't ask him?
I wouldn't, Tom.
Can't ask how his weekend was?
I wouldn't. You can do whatever you want, Tom. It's America, but whatever you want to do.
Well, I don't want to break any rules here. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to this guy or not.
You know how dirty he's playing, right? You understand, like, he'll use any kind of comment. He'll call it a vulgar comment. You know what I mean?
He's still without a jacket.
He'll do a buffer zone by ambush. You know. I don't know. You know.
Yep.
He won't come down the other way, obviously.
Here comes Trooper.
Yeah, he's gonna walk him in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's an undercover. He's been sitting in the car waiting for you.
How are you today? Good. You have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice weather.
Yep.
Been enjoying it. How about yourself?
Today I'm shocked it's this cold. I mean, this is downright.
You don't like the chill?
No, I'm a hot guy. I go skiing and stuff, but I'd rather be hot than cold. Aw, cute little dog. Look at the doggy.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Trooper trap. I mean, seriously, how the shirt's kind of tight. I'm not gonna lie. That's a fitted shirt. That's just medium. What's he complaining about now?
Pick something.
Yeah, right, doggy.
Mike,
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get a link to Aussie.
Okay.
She did some good work on this with the timelines and stuff.
Okay, good.
Come on. I'm trying to do it. I can't. It won't let me do it this way.
You're not staying there for the whole day, are you?
I just figured I'd catch her coming in. Catch her and her team walking in.
Got you.
Cross the way, or
But he said I can't go past this point.
okay, I'll go back. Okay,
That's why I'm here all day, like here until she comes.
okay.
I was told I can't go on that side of the street. So
Back.
you told me here.
Get back.
Back where?
Get back across the street. I'm not telling you again.
You told me that corner.
You're
last
being out
week.
of control.
Dude,
Back across.
you
the
don't
street.
need to touch me. I can walk on
told
my own
you.
2
Go.
feet.
Go.
You told me there.
Yeah. Go ahead. File a complaint inside the judge's in there.
I would like to. Can I?
Good.
Can I file a complaint? Can I file a complaint,
Go
sir?
ahead.
I can't go across the street without your permission. You just carried me across the street. The fuck did I do with that?
What the fuck, man?
Dude, he just fucking picked me up and carried me across the street. Wow. You gotta see my arms. Where's fucking Mendoza?
What the
Wow.
fuck?
You saw that, right, Mike?
Yeah, dude.
And you heard what he said about being on that sidewalk Friday when I was here. Yes? You saw that, right?
They did.
Wow.
What do you push it?
Carried me. My arms all fucking torn apart now. I don't know what happened on him. He must not have gotten laid this weekend. I don't know. You get that? Last Friday, he told me I could be on that corner. So I waited in that corner all day. He got out of the car, walked right up to me, grabbed me by the arm, picked me up, and carried me across the street and threw me across the street. Can you send that to me, please?
I actually didn't look at it.
I saw it. I tried to
I
go
saw it and I
there.
was going to film it, and then by the time I was ready to film it, you were kind of clear of it. So
Yeah. Morning.
Did you get you had your big?
Oh, I have. I'm live. I'm live. Yeah. I can't even go across the street to put a complaint in with that guy because if I do, he'll fucking arrest me. What do I do now? Yeah.
well, we can hold your camera if you want to.
Well, yeah, that doesn't do me no good though. That was
Wow.
so not right. I was walking across the street and he picked me, grabbed my arm and picked me up. Holy fuck.
The other trooper came right up to you and said, no problem. That's what's so
Imagine
confusing,
that,
down there.
Mike.
That's what's so confusing, man. Wow. Holy shit, dude.
Hey,
What the fuck, man?
good mark on my arm.
Yeah, there is.
Take a picture of that.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
One more shake.
Yeah, go straight.
There's a problem. Like this.
Yeah, bud. Dude, why touch you? Why touch you? Serious. You ask me a question of you. I've never not tried ever. What's grown up? Not touching people like that? You see this shit? Dude, let me drop down on like that, okay? You okay? No? No, I don't touch you. It's not right. Don't be touching. Unacceptable. Unacceptable, dude. No, you're not. You're not just doing your job. You're going overboard, bud. Going a lot overboard. Mike,
Yeah.
check this out. You see that?
Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Like it just fucking happened.
What the fuck, dude?
You tell me what's up. What did I do?
I go see a judge. Can't you go see a judge right now? Where's Mendoza?
I can't cross the street.
All right.
Per the order. At that point, I'm non-compliant.
Okay.
And he asked me he told me to cross, so I started crossing. Right?
Yeah. Can you call Dedham PD?
Dedham PD, what is Dedham PD gonna do?
You can just file assault charges against them.
Yeah.
Morning.
Hey, what's up?
Have a great day.
What the fuck, dude?
Have a great day.
Dude, there's no need to put hands on anybody. I did exactly what he told me to do. Exactly.
I'll talk to you guys.
And I'm gonna rewind the tape from last Friday where he's telling me I can stand on that corner. That's just wrong, dude. Fucking wrong.
You all right? You can ask for a judge right now, dude.
I can't
I
have
know-
I can't cross the street.
Okay, buddy. I'm just telling you what the. This is fucking nuts, dude.
Yeah, I did exactly what he told me to do last Friday to the letter.
Stop yelling. When I talk to your camera, you can't. Stop yelling.
I have one eardrum.
Stop yelling.
I have to stop yelling, Mike.
Yeah, you can't be disorderly. Chump, just do what they're saying, okay, and just let it go.
Mike,
Get
I
out.
did. I did.
Sit down here.
I did.
Oh, you gonna carry it down? 75?
No, right.
Man, I feel bad for everybody down there, man. It's like this is crazy violation of your First Amendment.
Tom,
Tom, if a body's out on the lawn for 5.5 hours,
Mm-hmm.
how does it not get frostbite?
Oh, it's solid.
Yeah, I know.
You can put a piece of meat in your freezer for 5 hours.
Right.
You can hold it. It doesn't fall down, right?
I mean, nobody can tell me other. I mean, I don't care what you say. You just can't. 12:30 to 6:04 or
No
whatever.
frostbite on the
Doesn't-
fingertips, right?
Yeah.
And the blood goes into the organs,
Yeah.
right? The major organs.
Well, see, the other side wants to say, oh, well, he's already dead. Well, no, he wasn't, because Nuttall and Flamont, Nuttall, right, was the first, right? Wasn't he the first?
Yep.
Yeah, so Nuttall said, I did the preliminary. Then I went back to Karen and I told her that I thought, this is a done deal, right? Then Flamonti, I think it was Flamonti,
Yep.
said, no, we can work on him. There's nothing
Yes.
to work on.
Yes,
correct?
yes, yes, yes,
Right,
yes,
so
yes,
he's
yes,
still
yes. Yep.
alive,
Yep.
right? So there's got to be frostbite. It doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Listen, they dug him out of the snowbank, she said?
Yeah.
Really?
There,
How is that even possible?
there was probably half an inch of snow on him.
Dusting?
It was a half inch of snow on him
It just
because he was put out there sometime between,
it had to be 5.
well, I would
Between
think,
5 and 6.
yeah, I mean,
I-
the 508 call is an interesting one, right? Or 50, whatever it is, the call to, oh, here we go. What we got here?
What? Another altercation?
The call to,
I mean, where would I even go?
Mike, find out where I would go. Dedham PD for an assault. What I mean, what
Well,
No,
people say you should call an ambulance and have them come see you.
I'm not gonna call an ambulance.
Okay.
I can't.
Yeah, but I think
I
it's
have
gotta
that
be
right to
taken
go over
I
there.
think you'd have to be either like, confront, like, I don't know.
I'm not even asking that question.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's gonna be detained, right?
Good.
True.
Good. I spent the weekend with the next mob in Iowa.
It's true.
Yeah, we were listening to you and we just were driving up a little bit.
Yeah. Last Friday, he told me I could be right there. He pointed to that corner right there, and I was.
Then Hank pulls down and
Grabbed my arm and ripped it out of my sockets, pulled me across the street. Yeah. Yeah. So he's showing off, telling people that's how you do it. That's his comment. That's how you do it. Admin. Yep.
I told her I'm not.
Yeah. Gotta get physical now. It's unacceptable.
Wow.
So not right. Yeah.
He probably just laughs about it afterwards.
I have a mark on my arm already. It just happened. And I already have black and blue right here already. Yep.
If he just asked you nicely, you would have went too.
I said those the pictures you had them too.
Thank you. Can I see what it even looks like?
Did he send them to Mark Mendoza? See, everybody fucking picks on Tommy. See what I mean? It's fucking crazy. I don't know what it is, but they do. Yeah, he's got picks. Yeah. This is crazy, dude. Yeah, we get pictures, yeah. Did you get him to did you get him to Mendoza?
Yep, he's got there's Lally walking.
No, I sent him over to Justice Serve TV too.
Yeah, that went to Mendoza.
Okay.
He's already got it.
What is going on, man?
So, like, what do I do? Do I file assault charges? What do I do, Mike?
Yeah,
I mean-
take it. I would talk to Mendoza and see what he says. Okay.
Yeah. He picked me up by, your bicep muscle?
Yeah.
He like separated it from my freaking bone. He picked me up by it.
I saw you. I saw you go. I saw your feet up in the air, dude.
So freaking angry. I don't know what he's so angry about.
Because you sued him.
Oh,
That's why, Tommy. You sued him.
he's gonna get sick of my name. He's gonna be able to spell it without freaking looking at it.
Yeah, but my point is that like you just had a lawsuit and you won against him. Is he retaliating because of that lawsuit too? Is that something you shouldn't be doing? That's my point.
So that's right. That's retribution then, right?
I don't know. Yeah, retribution of some sort.
Retribution's the word. That's it.
Mark Mendoza is our guy. Or Justin Serve TV is our guy. Oh, yeah, Aussie, what's going on, girl?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
How's my audio?
Okay. Morning, Aussie.
Morning, Tommy. How are you?
Just another day in the life.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was actually watching. That's bullshit, man.
Hey, tell me about it, right? The dude picked me up and carried me across the street. I was more than capable of walking.
You know what I would do? Wait till Rendaza gets there and tell him about it. And then if you need to go across the road and follow a court or whatever, then you've got a lawyer with you.
Yep. But still, I mean, you just don't go picking on people like that. And you know what? I did exactly what he told me to do. To the letter. He told me to stand in that corner. So I did. He said it.
Do you have that on video?
It's on Friday's video. I'm gonna have to get it.
Yes. And put it together with what happened today.
Yep.
He told you to stand there and then he attacked you for it.
He did.
Yep, just put them together and hand them over to Randazza. He'll deal with it. Whatever you do from here, you need to do it with a lawyer. You can't pull any fast shit on you like they try to do.
Yeah.
How are you, Mikey?
I'm good. I'm glad you're here. Good to see you. How you been?
We're good. I hear you got some allergies.
Yeah. Yeah. It's horrible, man.
It's allergy season here. Is someone screeching? Is that me or Tommy or who?
No,
who's
it's Tommy in the wind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna be on. He'll mute it up in a second. As soon as we get the court TV up. Is anybody? Oh yeah, we have the conference up there on the top. Okay. He's on mute now. So what have you been working on? What have you been breaking down lately?
Oh, same as you, just suffering from the hay fever.
Oh,
No, what am I
that's
working
cool, huh?
on? Shit.
Yeah.
I just finished a mash up. And well, I got a couple of things in the planning stage right now, but what I've been doing is just noting what's happening in court, and like I'm working on a list of Beverly Cannoni's fuck ups, basically. I think I'm up to 40. Hang on, let me have a look. I'm up to 44 fuck ups. Like this is like reversible fucking error by Judge Cannoni.
Wow.
But that goes back to trial 1.0 as well as this trial.
Right.
So everything they didn't raise in the habeas petition, everything else is in my list now. So, but I actually think it's a lot more than that because I haven't gone too far into trial 1.0. I've got about, I think, 20 from trial 1.0, and I'm up to 23 in trial 2.0, and she's still just adding to them every freaking day. So
all the law tubers are just blown away at her objection sustains and her not allowing certain things in, and like when she just
the witnesses.
Yeah, right. And then she says to Barbarossa, I'll give you a robust cross. Like, of course she's gonna go do a robust cross. That's not even work.
Wait, Mike, hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
The girl with the red hair, hold on.
So you said, well, Josie, some girls are red hair, chaperone, red podium, it's pink podium, but
thank you. Thank you. That's what I saw. Yes. All right.
Awesome. Thank you guys for being on it.
Good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife.
Is he headed here? Did he say?
He's gonna come today. He's caught in court.
Okay.
So when you see us with
Everybody that saw Tom's coming down to make sure he's okay. Tommy, you're he's like the guy that gets picked on all the time. Like, poor guy.
Yeah, everyone seems to target Tommy.
Yeah.
Like,
come on, man.
Bit unfair, but you can see that they wouldn't target,
Here's something I want you to, Aussie, if you get a chance, if you have the energy, if you rewind this tape and go back to, after James Jackson leaves, Hank Brennan pulls up with his car and parks. A trooper goes over, talks to him. Within a minute, Harbin has Tom by his arm and escorted him across the street. I'm wondering if Harbin, I wonder if he got called to come down and remove Tom because he saw what kind of car he's driving or whatever it might be. Not sure.
Maybe because he filmed his car. Oh my God, you could be onto something there.
Yeah, I think that's what happened because he saw Hank come in and then Tom was going, should I say something to him? I'm like, no, dude, don't. And he didn't. But the trooper and him talked. And then the next thing you know, Hartman walked down there with authority and literally picked Tom up across the street. I think probably, I'm going to assume that Brennan was pissed that he got his car on film, maybe. I'm not sure.
Probably.
You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right?
Right. I think you could be onto something there.
Yeah.
They're all such bloody babies. I mean, really.
Because Tom was down there. He's been on that corner since I got on at 8. He was there before me, so he's been there. He was there for 40 minutes, and nothing was going on.
Right after Hank pulls in, that happened.
Exactly. Yeah.
Time.
Yeah. People agree with me. Yeah, they're agreeing with me inside the chat right now. Like, because you just had a trooper walk up to him, a regular trooper, and talk to him. Hey, how you doing? Good weekend, all that stuff. And then Hank pulls up. That trooper talks to Hank. That trooper stays there. Hardman comes walking over and picks Tom up off the ground. So I don't know what's going on.
That's right, Glenn. Babies with badges.
It's crazy.
They're all freaking babies. Like the Alberts and the McKay, they're all freaking babies, man. You'd think they just like never left the freaking school ground and they just dob on everyone. Like,
And the state.
Nope, there was somebody else in the buffer zone, and he didn't even go up and touch her. He didn't ask her to move or nothing. She was right over there.
yeah, looks like it was a Hanky complaint.
That's what I saw, anyways. But I'm putting it together in my mind. Like you can miss things in your mind, but it seemed to be that's what happened. Where Tom was talking to him.
Needs a diaper.
He what?
Hanky Lala, he needs a diaper.
Yeah.
I need somebody to FOIA Hardman's body cam from Friday when I was on recording, and he told me where I could stand last Friday. I need someone to FOIA that. So please, someone, how you doing, bud? That was last Friday, and it was before breakfast, and he had us over here. It was me, Chrissy, and it was equestrian. So all that has to be documented. He said it's all recorded. So I need a copy of that footage where he tells me to stand over there. Because I did exactly what he said to do. Hey! Look at this guy. What's up, guy? 2680 is the car number. Yeah.
Was that Hardman's truck? Tommy, I'll answer.
Tommy,
Yeah.
just wait till Randazza gets here. He'll give you a game plan.
He's stuck in court today.
Oh, is he? No, he's.
Yeah.
Oh. You sure he's not coming down afterwards?
I just texted her when you get back. So I just do it.
Okay.
A lot of confusion, a lot of emotions going on.
Yep.
I think last Friday, the timestamp for the FOIA is when I put my camera down on the ground when I was over here because he didn't want me recording him. Only he could record me. So I put my camera down when we had that discussion, but it may have picked it up. But either way, he told me I could go right over that corner. I wouldn't have been over there if he said, think about it. Why would I be over there if I wasn't supposed to be there?
I don't know, Tommy.
I wouldn't do that.
This is fucking nuts, man. I feel bad, man.
It's all right.
Go to court. It'll be fun, they say.
It's all settled down. He's not chewing,
Hey,
Tommy.
Tommy.
Yeah.
Tom. Linda from Justice Serve. Linda from Justice Serve TV.
Yes.
Says you have to go to the hospital and get those documented.
Oh, there you go. Got a lawyer on it. Bam.
Did you hear me or no?
Yes, but do I do a police report first?
I don't know. She's probably watching us now. She'll get back to us. But they're saying go in and go to even a walk-in clinic. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And just say, I want to make sure this bruise is okay. It hurts to the bone or whatever it's got to be.
It does. It's not right.
And get it documented from there, because if you don't, it just says, well, you didn't go to the hospital. So.
Right.
So she's got a point, man. You want to keep your emotion. What's that, Aussie?
You might as well knock it over before court starts.
I'm gonna walk in and they're gonna friggin' do a rape kit on me. Watch. My luck.
No, go down by your house somewhere. We walk in.
Yeah. Aussie gets that joke.
You run, Tommy.
Oh my God. Oh,
We should have court starting soon, anyways.
yep.
I don't know. Why do you have to go to the hospital to document it when it's all your court here on Tuesday?
Yeah. She's right. Linda's right. She's absolutely right.
I don't get that.
Yeah.
I can't really hear you with Tom's stuff going, but we'll deal with it.
Linda's right. I need to go get this documented by somebody who's a doctor.
That's all. Real quick.
Just take a photo of it and document it, please.
We got photos and we have it on camera.
Yeah.
So, but now they want to report. He's on mute. Okay. Yeah, urgent care. That's what I just told Tommy to do. I mean, you know what I mean? I know it's not just, it doesn't like disable him from doing his job, but we want to make sure that a hospital says there is a contusion, right? That's what you call it, a bruise.
The problem is, it's not freaking urgent care. It's like sit around and wait for 6 hours care. Sorry, I'm being
if you go to the hospital, he's probably right. But if you go to these little clinics that we have down here, you can literally walk in and be seen in 15 minutes.
Right, that would be way better. Way better.
Yeah, that's what I told. Yeah.
We have the same issues here in Australia, by the way. You go to the hospital and you're stuck in the waiting room for 6 hours and the doctor comes by for 20 minutes. 20 minutes tops, and you spent the whole freaking day there.
Well, what's good about Boston, I'm not going to lie, is that we have so many hospitals and so many good schools and so many good doctors. So it's pretty. I guess I'd say we're lucky to have this many hospitals and doctors here and teaching schools. But
yeah,
I mean, if Tom was to call Dedham PD, they're not going to do anything. You know, they're just going to let him go.
That's right.
This blue line thing. So, oh God. Like, everybody that comes to school here in the United States, they end up practicing here because they make a lot more money too.
She's only here for 1 day? Oh my God.
You heading out, Tommy?
Oh, God, they started with a new bloody picture.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I got to go to urgent care.
Okay. All right.
I'm not. This is what I mean. What do I do, Mike? Do I let this just continue to happen and him being, I'm Sergeant Hartman? Jesus Christ, guy. I mean, he come after me with a passion, and I did exactly what he told me to do last Friday.
Tommy, did you
I
notice
specifically asked him 5 times.
Did you see what happened though? When that trooper went over and talked to Hank Brennan, right after that, Hartman came for you.
Yep.
So I don't know because you got Brennan's car on film or what.
Well, people have been by his house, guy. I don't even know what town he lives in.
Oh, I do.
I don't even care. Who is Hank Brennan to me, right?
Nobody.
He's a guy. The only thing to me is he's the guy that's trying to put Karen in freaking jail.
Right.
Bad guy.
So you're going to a place down by your house somewhere?
Yep.
All right, pal.
Maybe I'll go to one of my friendly doctors, right? Like they do. Don't they have friendly doctors?
Yes.
Like no, I'll go see the I'm just gonna go signature. I'm gonna go see the chief of police's brother-in-law. I'll go see him, yeah. Good Sam. I'll go visit him. What do you think?
All right, court's in session. I'll see you in a bit. Bevy, come on. You gonna put Bevy on the big screen?
Yep. The big screen.
We have mods working back there?
Let me do. I think I can do it here.
All right. Thank you.
That work?
You see volume.
You're staying with us, Tommy, right?
Yes.
I don't have volume on that. Aussie, can you put that up with volume? Anyway, you could do that.
Yeah, I could. Hang on. Check me the link in the private chat, Mikey.
I don't have access to that right this second.
You
Oh.
just do
What is it? Law and Crime?
Yes.
yeah, or Shield, yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry.
I just forwarded that the whole get it up to speed. You had the right one, yeah. There you go.
There you go.
I've only got Court TV here. Did you send me the link?
Who's that?
I don't know. We have to send her the link.
Hang on. Let me just scroll. I'll find it eventually. Just giving me everyone else's freaking thing except for Law and Crime. So
But everybody that's here, stay with us. Sorry for the technical. It's been a morning. It's been a morning.
Just tell me which one. We want Law and Crime to go to Aussie.
Sammy's on it.
Or Sammy, if you can put up this volume on this one, Channel 25, that's fine.
yeah, I don't know which one either, Sammy. We're trying to work it out.
Yeah.
I got Fox 9. I got everything but. I got
Yeah,
day
right.
freaking
What do we
8.
need?
That happened. Aussie, that happened to me the other day. Carrie disappeared from my entire thing. Couldn't see it.
Right. I got everything but freaking. I've got Fox 9, Court TV.
Who's
Is
working
it
this one right
Is it
now?
the feed? Why is it no
Sorry.
volume?
We have no
I got it.
volume.
I got it. And I've got Volume Booster on my browser. Whoops. Where the fuck did it go? All right. Law and Crime. Close the chat. Share screen. Where are we? Settings. Nope. Share screen.
That guy looks tired.
Law and Crime. Let's hit the volume in 2 places. Let's hit this volume.
It was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 months training process that involved various
Bingo.
manuals for the
How's that?
robotics,
Got it.
various written
volume?
and verbal exams.
Volume's good. Yep.
You're a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education. So that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews. So we have to keep up with the scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yeah, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodie?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in sort of general
Sorry, Aussie, what?
that analysis performed?
I'm
Yes,
making a
so
copy.
for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is
can hear
obtain a DNA profile from a bunch of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the vote
Yes,
is it accredited?
through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And during, after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie Labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yes, so we submit the case file with the report and all of our conclusions. And then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
What do you want to be when you grow up?
With ease, expertise, and great value. Know how to grow with UniSuper.
I can't wait to see what awesome pet is.
Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way.
Thanks for the 10 bucks,
chemicals that
Teresa.
we're using aren't potentially contaminated.
So I don't have any ad blockers because I like everyone to get the ads. I like Tommy to view his ads, I view all the ads so that everyone gets the revenue. But it means that when we're on these sort of streams, we still got ads. I apologize.
I don't know anything about that, but go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
And I'm making coffee, by the way. So
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. Yeah.
all right.
Contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodie Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And the freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA. So we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however, they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end. We just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell.
Oh my
pretty
God.
much every
What is
cell.
DNA?
And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Fuck you,
Now,
Lowy.
is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification. And we're trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with.
Yes,
The
but does it
steps further
include
down the
snow?
line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at. And we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes, so generally we follow that same process with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes, so the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes, so when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample And then, so what we do is we take those two tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the two are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if one in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we need to we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes, so my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
Okay. Do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it. And inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yes. So like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR, short tandem repeat testing, is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an SDR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
Vibration can crystallize matter into forms like a spinal column, complete with movement like a...
including at least one male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes. So when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output. And essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those 2?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes, so we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio, and in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 nonillion times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 nonillion times more likely, how many zeros are in a nonillion?
Nonillion is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes, so we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little, when you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab, has labeled as EO1, that has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible. So we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes. So that would be the hair follicle. And in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft.
Hang tight, people. Hey, Sammy, can we get up? Can we get something up? So Tom's at the Dedham police station. They're refusing to give him any kind of help. So he's waiting for the ambulance, it looks like. Yeah, we're not really missing anything, to be honest with you. We have to, as a team, we need to get this figured out. I don't know why they don't just give it to me to do it, but maybe they don't trust me. Yeah. So Tom's at Dedham PD. They refused to make the report. They told him to call the police. I don't know who his primary care doctor is. I want him to just go to the police department and file, but I don't know.
Sorry about that, BB.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. It should only happen this once, hopefully.
Just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Sorry, were you finished, or did I just interrupt?
Yeah,
you?
I'm done. Yeah. So Tom's at Dedham PD, and they're refusing to help him. So he's gonna call an ambulance. It looks like. Can you believe they won't even take a report from him? They told him to leave.
Yeah, he probably should just go to the hospital, like what's her name said. Hey.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't think of a name for some reason, but the Justice Serve lady. What's her name? I should know it.
Linda.
Why is that?
Linda.
Linda. Thank you. Why did that fall out of my head?
Can you fast forward this to the end so we get to the beginning of it? Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yes. So auto goes to the
chat's asking me. That's all.
Related to.
There we go.
Both Yuri Buchanan and a known sample from former Trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor.
All right. Nan's in the chat.
I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Non-alien.
Non-alien?
Non-alien, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Non-alien, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a non-million, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there is strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no. What I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so that it's 70.
The MG end of financial year sale is on now. Visit your MG dealership today. T's and C's apply.
Monday Sales CRM is hands down the best CRM I've ever used. Since using Monday Sales CRM,
Excluding him, you're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's
Sorry.
not excluded as a contributor.
No, that's all right. What are you going to do? Thank you.
I am saying that there is strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanek and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Lally, any follow-up? No. All right, you are all set. All set, witness? Okay. There's-
I apologize about the ads again, just to explain for those asking what's the go with the ads. I never paid for a subscription this year because I'm building a house. I'm trying to cancel subscriptions, not increase them. But I like the other channels that I mash up and whatever and watch to get the ad revenue from my views.
Appreciate it, though. Thanks for helping out, though. That's all I care about.
That's all right. It's my pleasure.
Yeah.
Aussie ads. It must be different for you guys seeing Aussie ads, because I actually enjoy watching your ads because they're different.
So are these Australian ads we're watching?
Yeah. Well, some are. The Monday.com obviously is everywhere, but no, these are mostly Australian driven ads. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Cool. So looks like Jackson's all done with that cross. That was easy. Like you said, like in your chat, I saw you talking like it's literally a filler, 45-minute filler of fucking get the jurors glazed over, daydreaming or whatever, and nothing relevant.
Yeah. And it seems like they didn't test the hair. Like you made me fast forward through it because I was waiting to see what they did with the hair, and I don't think they did test the hair. Maybe we should quickly have a quick squeeze while we're in the break and see if they
Do it
did.
Yeah.
Let's come back. There's Jackson. So it must have been about here. Nope.
Jackson didn't ask about the hair.
From a person named.
Jackson didn't ask him about the hair.
That I'm aware of. I could be wrong.
No,
'Cause I,
Lally
asked him, right? Lally did.
which is kind of where we left off.
Combined in the child. There's mitochondrial DNA, so the mitochondria exist outside.
Or SDR testing.
Yes, so
Below the limit of detection. What exactly does that mean?
and based on STR results. So we often
No further questions. Man.
said it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results.
Got it. All right.
All right.
That's all I needed to hear.
Thank you.
They're saying they didn't test the hair.
Right.
And here's the problem with that. The hair root, which that hair apparently did have, is actually the most likely.
Your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Carl Miyasako to the stand.
It's likely the most likely place to get DNA from a hair from, but they couldn't test it for some reason because it probably wasn't even human. That's probably why.
All right, this guy here, Carl Miyasako, replaced test chart. What that means?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodhi Technology,
And where is Bodhi Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia,
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodhi Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodhi Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodhi Lab between a technician and an analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in.
Turned it down so we can just talk over the top of them.
Supervised
Okay.
tasks by a qualified individual.
So fucking boring.
Competency tests where
I know. When you know Lally's up there, it's just garbage.
Is there a
Yeah.
continuing educational
Please tell us about what DNA stands for all over again from the top.
so continuing education.
So, like, I guess my question is, what's the difference between this guy and the previous guy?
Up to date with current.
I have no freaking idea because
All right. So neither do I. That's two of us.
Test the fucking hair. So what is the point here? Yes.
Right.
John's DNA was on John's stuff and Karen's stuff that they shared. Got it?
Yeah, that's normal.
And where do your cases come
I suspect the hair not being tested is because it's not even fucking human. That's what I suspect.
Me too.
Because you remember the defense said that.
And is that purely
Mhm.
on a statewide basis, national basis, or something?
I don't know if this guy, like, I think, like you talked about, it's just getting glazed over on a Monday. But for what are they trying to glaze over, though? They haven't even really done anything yet this week, you know?
Well, it's just burying the jurors in bullshit so that they don't know they're asked from their
Well, hopefully they take good notes. That's all I can say. Like we're doing now. Like like this guy's like what? Why we even have him up there? Like to tell us the standards for a DNA test and why we can't do a DNA test after we test it once. Mitochondrial DNA. I mean, what I want to get to the meat of the fucking.
Okay, they told us all tests and then they didn't do any of them.
Right, like it's like I want you to say, like, how did the hair even stay on the car? That's what can you tell me that? Can you tell me why it's reversed to the pictures, right? And was it John's hair? That's all we need to know. And if it's not, then and what was on the taillight? Did you find any of John's DNA on the taillight? No. Okay, then I'm all set with this. Move on. But Lally's got to go through with how much snow was on the firehouse deck that morning, and how long it take you to shovel. Oh, what kind of shovel did you use?
Yeah, and here's the thing with the head, just to clarify. Oh, sorry, with the DNA on the taillight. She swabbed the outside of the taillight, not the inside. She swabbed the outside. And so if that vehicle lived in John's garage, then it's highly likely that it was touch DNA.
Here's the other thing, Aussie. How do we even trust Trooper Proctor? That's the problem, I don't trust, right? Like, see, he could have swabbed anything and put it in that tube and sent it off.
No, he could have just rubbed it around in his underpants.
Right, he could have just done the rearview mirror or something stupid and sent it in. That's the whole thing. Like, once you're compromised, you have to question him on anything he had anything to do with.
Here's the thing I found suspicious. Apparently, there's no fingerprints inside the passenger door at all. Nobody's.
What? On the Lexus.
On the Lexus. I forget the name of the dude, the one they tried to pass off a CSS, and then they had to admit that he wasn't that one.
If there was a good crime scene, we could have done the door at 34 Fairview, the outside door. It could have been so much. But anyway, it's neither here or there,
Load of bullshit. But I don't know how they don't have John and the kids' DNA on the inside of Karen's passenger door.
Yeah, you would. You naturally have something. They were always in that car, getting driven to school. It would be there, but they have nothing of DNA. That's interesting.
And why? Why would she clean it down to pretend she doesn't own the car?
Yeah. Karen was doing that at 5 a.m. before she left. I gotta wipe down the inside of the passenger door. Okay, come on.
Right. Exactly.
People are fucking whacked.
They are.
I can't believe they actually think people are gonna fall for this. And do you think there's another chance that the jury? All right, let me ask you this: do you believe that the jury was fucked with last time?
I think you're always gonna have one dickhead on the jury who's never done math, science.
Okay, all right.
Which is most of this is they're trying to base this on math and science, right?
Right.
So I think you're just always going to have that one juror who's mathematically and scientifically illiterate. How that makes them vote, do they go with the flow because they don't know their maths and science? Well, you guys do, so just vote what you're voting. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, from what I'm hearing too, that the Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rechler have all these new presentations available this time around as opposed to last time. You have to remember too, Karen had to pay for them this time around as well. This is not the government paying for them to come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and they probably realized, okay, maybe we can give you a lot more, because the government's not paying us, so we're going to give you, if you want this stuff, I bet you a lot of money went to them, a couple $100,000 bucks.
You know what I reckon they're doing this time? This time they can't release any more of the Fed info because the Feds have still got that tied up. But what they can do is Bev hasn't put any restrictions on them this time. They're going to testify that Trooper Paul's telematics don't correspond with actual real Toyota TechStream telematics.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Yeah, this whole change of timeline is just blowing my mind, and how it was allowed on Friday is just crazy to me that she would allow that to happen, that after the defense is prepared to fight the original timeline, now they change it.
Right. That whole thing
Right.
is a fully reversible error. Fully.
Okay.
Changing your theory of what you charged her for, because you got to remember they charged her based on the evidence. Now they want to change the evidence. They've already charged her,
That's right.
so they can't change the evidence. Already
Mm.
charged her based on that evidence.
And,
It's a due process violation.
then they upcharged her with a grand jury, and with that evidence, with the taillights and the 45 pieces, and people just going with the lead of whatever Lally told them what to say in the grand jury, and then they upped it to murder. And they were originally going to charge her with manslaughter, and she said, "Fuck
Based
you."
on this evidence that they now want to change.
Right, exactly. And then remember the original timelines that I saw the 3-point turn in the snow that disappeared. Remember Matt saying that? And then they went to. Remember we all were laughing that she went up 60 feet and backed up 24 miles an hour and hit him. We were all laughing at that. And then we saw Trooper Paul get just eaten up in court. Now they want to change all of that to this year. So they come up with a new timeline. We address it. They
The fact
can't
that they're
use
even
the
changing the distances, the TechStream data isn't changing.
Right.
It's the same. How can they change the distances?
right.
That data has to be static. They took it from the car. It's static. They can't change.
Like
Now
the
he's-
1236. Yeah, the 1236 connection to the Wi-Fi is irrefutable. You can't change that. That's hard data. So they have to work around that being the ending point of camera being
Right.
arriving at one metal, right? So now they have to fit all this bullshit in where she was seen last by Nagel and then leaving right after Nagel or backing up right up to, so Nagel pulls away and Karen pulled up right after him, backed up and hit John after that. But no one saw John inside the car or outside the car. So where the fuck was he?
And the only reason they can say, "Oh, we're just going to match it up to this and that," is because Trooper Paul deleted the timestamps from the text stream. It's fluid
What?
because the timestamps were deleted. There are timestamps
Yeah.
on the text stream, but they were deleted.
But we were told that, right? We were told that, and then all of a sudden, if we do a chip off, you'll never be able to use it again. We were like, okay, fuck. Oh, we were able to put the chip back on. Remember that whole thing? We can do
Yes.
it again.
Those chips are from the infotainment center, not the tech stream.
Oh, okay. There's two different
ECU.
things. Okay.
Yeah, the ECU is behind the horn in the steering wheel.
Yep.
That's where that chip lives, behind the horn, behind the airbag in the steering wheel,
Okay.
and that's where most of the data is recorded from that one main chip, and all the other chips on the car send out. They ask queries of that chip where it's stored. So Trooper Paul said that there was no data. Sorry, Trooper Gallagher said there was no data. Then Trooper Paul gets on the stand, and all of a sudden he's got all this freaking data. Where'd you get that from if there was no data? If there was no
Why
tech
would-
stream data, where did that
Why
come
would
from?
why would Gallagher have it? Lieutenant Gallagher from Canton.
Because he was the one that had to do the OBDS port extraction. He's the one that said he couldn't work the software.
Not
couldn't work.
Lieutenant Gallagher from Canton PD? Not it couldn't be him. He's not
Actually, I
tech
have the
savvy.
names mixed up.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it might not be Gallagher, but I know what you're talking about. Gallagher. They couldn't remember. They've accused themselves. So.
Who is it that's doing all the phone extractions? What's his name?
Oh yeah. Garino. Sorry.
Garino.
Yeah.
That's who was
Yeah.
after. And it was
How do you forget that guy's name? He's like the biggest asshole going.
It's like fucking midnight here. That's how I forget.
Oh, that's sorry about that. It's late.
Guarino testified that the Burla software wasn't equipped to download off Karen's car, so he was waiting for Burla to do an update so that he could include, because they would include her Model Lexus then in that new update, and so he couldn't get any of the data. Then when he got the Burla update, he then turned around and said, well, it didn't extract anything, it was all blank. And then they put Trooper Paul on the stand, and voila, he's got key cycles and all this shit from the ECU.
Gotcha. I gotcha. Okay, now I gotcha.
No timestamps.
So how is it even allowed? That's so fun. Like, Bev is letting things in with no meta tag, no metadata, no timestamps.
Yep.
Just so unprofessional as a judge to even put someone's life on the line. That
it's not even unprofessional. It's actually a judicial error. It's another error. Reversible error.
So what actually can happen to Judge Bev Cannoni?
Probably nothing.
Because that's why I don't like overturned, right? And that's what they're hoping for, is to get a conviction and get it overturned. They don't care because now everybody's still free. That's what sucks with this whole thing, is that
they're just after the rumor. Oh my God, she got convicted. There we go. Signed, sealed, and delivered. We got the rumor. We don't care what happens after that. The media won't tell us what happened after that. She just
that's right. Yep. Yeah, it'll be all hearsay. We'll never be back in court again. No one will be held accountable, and the O'Keefes are going to get fucked. And Karen.
But here's the thing: we're not going to shut up. Those of us who are covering the case, we're going to show when Bev gets overturned and Karen gets set free, and we're going to show our parties when that happens as well. And we're going to be blasting this shit all over the place. Even if the media won't cover it, we're going to cover it.
Yeah. I don't think she gets convicted at all, but I'm just saying, like, if some weird thing was to happen, I don't know, but I doubt it. There's so much reasonable doubt already. It's not even funny. Like, only
works. Judicial immunity, it actually does work when you've made a mistake even, but it doesn't work when you step outside of your judicial role. For example, the last thing that went to habeas, right? That was Bev stepping outside her usual role, having Fanning oversee the jury. Then someone tells Fanning a story and she listens to the story and she kicks one of the jurors off. That's outside of her judicial role. Fanning assigned Fanning to the jury and listening to Fanning's rumor, that's outside of her judicial role. So she loses judicial immunity for that issue. But the rest of them, she's got it still.
That's why I don't like appointed judges. I think they should be voted in. It just gives her a license to fucking do whatever she wants. Whatever the hell she wants.
I agree with you on the appointed judges. We don't have them appointed. Well, they earn their stripes here. They go up the ranks and earn their stripes here. So they're not necessarily. Yes, that's a top tier lawyer. Basically, a barrister is just a tier lawyer. They're like your constitutional lawyer, top tier.
Right. All right.
But we don't have we don't vote our judges, our judicial system in or out according to who's in power. We do that like our Department of Justice equivalent. That changes with who's in power, but the judges don't. They earn their stripes by how long they've served, what benches they've served on, what their specialty is. Obviously, constitutional judges are in the high courts. They earn their way through the lower courts and then up through the higher courts. So, and then you've got more fairness happening, I think, at the top level judge positions.
Okay.
Is the control region.
And how does that, D. Luke, factor into this type of analysis?
Do you follow John DePietro on Twitter?
Hell no.
Like he's sitting there with all the other he sits there with all the other reporters, and his tweets are completely different from everybody else. It's like are you in the same room or what's going on? Like, you know, it's just stupid. But
Do you want me to show you the newest thing that they're spreading around the internet?
I saw a picture of Karen and AJ at
Yeah,
Whole
she's
Foods.
doing the fish. She's doing the duck face pose.
Yeah, Jesus, I've seen it. Yeah, that's stupid. You're right. I mean, Twitter is a cesspool.
And she's missing a pointer finger. She's missing a finger, and another finger's like.
In the picture, can you show it if you want? Because I remember I have to put a box outside. Can you show it if you want? I'll be right back.
All right, give me one sec.
Yes.
You have to do. Oops. Let me turn that volume down. Oh, you got to come back and put me up. I should have just switched share. I fucked it up. Sorry. Dope. When he comes back, he can put it on the screen for you. Yeah, she's like missing fingers, and one's actually quite abnormal. I should have just switched share tab, and I didn't, and then he wouldn't have had to have done this. But he's got to come back and put it on the stage for me, unless Sammy's there and Sammy can put it on the stage. Someone put it on the stage. Anyone? Hello, 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 hello. Karen's missing fingers, Remy. So when we get it on the stage, I'll show you. It's sitting backstage right now. We're superstars. We need the stage. Yeah, AI cannot do fingers. Actually, I think that it's deliberate that AI can't do fingers. What's the deliberate things that AI does is so that people who aren't switched on to AI can tell that it's AI. This is kind of like what the developers decided. People need to be able to tell when it's AI. And so that's why it can't do fingers. Sometimes it can't even do legs. And sometimes heads are on backwards. No, not in real life. It's an AI picture. But we got to wait for Mikey to come back to put it on the screen. Jurors are bored, according to Sue O'Connell. The majority of jurors almost always look at the witness, the evidence, or their notebooks. Some are now looking around the room. Dum-de-dum. Thanks, Mary B. Oh, yeah. They're in it for the long haul. But this is what Lally does. He's putting up pointless evidence. Like, there's 23 pieces of taillight that were not part of the taillight. Why are they even being given evidence numbers and read out to the jury? They're not even part of the scene, the crime, the evidence. They're not part of any of it. This is where Judge Bev is supposed to be the gatekeeper, but she's let it all in. Why? To put the jury to sleep. 23 pieces of evidence ID tags that they didn't need to hear. You know, one of them's a freaking Tupperware lid, for Pete's sake. I agree, Anne Merritt. Whoever did all the tampering needs to have the cuffs on. I agree. Mary B says the jurors just heard much of this. What is DNA testimony from the first witness just moments ago? In case you didn't get what DNA is, guys. Lally's still talking boring, nothing new. So I'm going to read you some of my notes here on the hair DNA because I think it's very interesting and it's worth taking into account. Where are we? Let's go here. There's definitely double speak going on with the DNA found on the outside of the taillight. They said Proctor and Tully could not be visually excluded, and then he went through this whole routine of saying that there was strong support for exclusion. So that was a bit of double speak. Hopefully the jurors caught on to that. So with the hair root, they're like saying, we had a promising hair with a root, and we still got squat. And the reason that that is ridiculous is because the root of the hair is actually the strongest DNA in the whole hair. There's bugger all DNA in the shaft, but the strongest DNA is in the root. And so when normal CSI actually get a hair with a root on it, that's where they'll get the mitochondrial DNA if the STR isn't strong enough, right? So, so they built up the dramatic hair root reveal, and then they casually admit that they didn't test it. So, it's just wasting the jury's time, putting evidence in front of them that they didn't need to see. So the short tandem, and I think it's STR amplification prep, or the amount of DNA available for STR testing, is what they're referring to when they say not enough for STA. They're really saying we didn't have enough quantifiable nuclear DNA to justify running a PCR amplification. So, but you shouldn't need those things on a hair root. Hair root is as good as having a skin cell, or saliva. Although, obviously, with saliva and bodily fluids, you end up with a lot more of that than you do then this tiny little bit of hair root. But the point is, in pre-trial hearings 1.0, I think it was AJ, I forget if it was AJ or if it was Yannetti, one of them argued, we looked at, yes, we know the court is on, we're waiting for Cross because everyone's bored, and we're waiting for Mikey to get back because I lost the screen and he's got control of the stage right now. But anyway, back to what I was saying, pre-trial 1.0, I can't remember if it was Yannetti or Jackson, but one of them testified that they had seen the hair. They weren't allowed to test it, but they were allowed to analyze the hair, and they came up with it's not a human hair. So that might be why they're not DNA testing it, I think, because it's not even a human hair. So, yeah, I'm going with the defense's analysis. So here's the thing with the analysis the defense had. Visual comparison of hairs is not reliable if you're trying to identify who owns the hair. Visual comparison of hair is only when you're trying to determine, is it a human hair, an animal hair, or a fiber, for example. And then you go on to do the testing part. If you determine it's a human hair and you want to identify the human, then you'll see, have a look and see if it's got a root. If it's got a root, then you do the DNA test. If it's a dog hair that's got a root, you do the DNA test. But otherwise, just visually analyzing the hair is only to determine what type of hair it is and what type of test you're going to do on it. It's kind of like luminol. Luminol indicates it could be blood, and then you do the other tests. So it's kind of like that. So the visual comparison has been phased out since DNA came in, but it's still used to tell whether it's worth testing it. A fiber like a rug or a blanket or a piece of someone's carpet in their house or whatever. So and a lot of fiber testing comes down to what dye was used in it, what materials it's made up of. Sometimes you'll find it's like 30% rayon or 50% cotton and like a mix of different things. And then often if you know the crime scene and you know that that object is in the crime scene, you can go and check the tag and see what materials it was. So that's where you would actually be checking with fibers. But if it comes down to a human or animal hair, it's got to have a root, and then it goes to DNA. The numbers are tanking, Mikey. We need you back. Or Sammy, are you behind the scenes? Can you put my screen back up? Someone? AJ is on. Ah. Well, I'm looking at Karen still. Can you hear it? Can you guys hear it? Okay, Mikey, let me share this other screen because you took too long coming back. Let's stop that one. Share this screen. Put us on the stage, buddy.
Got to where it was found, correct?
Thank you.
Correct.
Your analysis does
We're
not
back.
tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Do you want to go back a little bit,
not
guys?
on the analysis
Catch
that
that it's not John's hair.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody
No,
else.
you can leave it, I guess.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us in the computer.
Oof. Still no volume. Aussie, no volume.
You can't hear it?
No.
Wait, I've got full volume.
Okay.
I've got the booster on
I can't hear it now.
and full volume. Hang
Can
on.
you hear it?
Can you hear it, guys?
Can you guys hear it in the chat? All right. Yeah, we can't get people bouncing. Oh shit. No. Oh, okay. No, they can't hear it. Nobody can hear it. Nope.
Oh my God, I'm failing. Give me 1 sec. I'll be back.
Okay.
Give me this link one more time. I'll be back in a jiffy. Give me 1 sec.
I wonder why our mods can't do it. All right. I apologize, guys. Thanks for hanging in there, but I don't blame you if you got to leave. I get it, man. This is crazy. Oh, Jesus. Oh, but no. It's not you, Aussie. I don't know what it is. Where's our mods? Tommy's in the hospital, I think. So there's a sidebar right now. 18 jurors are still there. By this time last trial, several jurors had dropped or been dismissed. By the time the alternate selections were there, only 14 last trial. Okay. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to work on me getting the switch show here. Let's see if I can. I'm trying to find it. There we go. I think I just bounced out of the fucking. I'm still there. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Tom just texted me. What do you say? He filed some type of report.
Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics? I've received several certifications. One being what's called
Blah blah blah.
approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses.
Shit,
and
man, Burgess is up. Okay.
in digital forensics. In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics?
Hold on.
Yes, I have. Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you worked on? Not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous. You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles. That is correct. Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert?
To police agencies such as Interpol, which
Yes,
is
I
a
have.
global
Have you ever
police
testified
organization.
as an expert regarding digital forensics?
Thank you.
Have you testified as an
Yes, I have.
expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
Could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have. I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet. So if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So
But
the concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes. So there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
You know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry. So I did, again, reviewed.
What is that thing on his head?
Vehicle
What is that
forensics
thing?
report by AG Speak.
Dude, you just gotta shave
I
it.
reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review. A prior testimony of Trooper Garino.
I got it right.
And I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Was it recently, some time ago?
It
Well,
would have been
check
some
your
time
fucking
ago,
notes, pal.
probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition on events or power on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be good. What do you think? It is hand drawings?
Handing you a package, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this with the course permission as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
SS for identification.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
If you could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows, a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for?
This is right out of the owner's
Sure.
manual.
So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would take an exemplar vehicle, and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding 2 events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there is a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, there is when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock.
You know, I have to make a phone call. I'll be right.
Explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means.
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. The chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
So you were getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there was any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that, what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like.
Sure. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. and there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objection, Mr. Liston?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes. So there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do, yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up, and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis, whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data, and one way is of looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip-off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer? Sure. I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, it did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah. So anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past, there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time, they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down, Ms. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as, the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it, means. So as well as, being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20-minute break.
Wow.
All right,
I'm-
jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Close your notebooks and make sure you don't take them with you. If I was in the juror, I'd be writing down "fuck off" in the pages and shit like that. Make sure they saw them all. So someone tweeted earlier, news person from channel, if I forget. But last year at this time, we already had jurors removed and such. So, hey, Tommy, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Jesus, what a morning! What's going on?
What's up with the trial?
It's just boring. It's boring. Nothing major, dude. Nothing major.
No?
DNA, yeah, DNA stuff. So,
Did they pull DNA off anything? I mean, the car was only in his garage.
I know.
Think about that, Mike. Is your wife's DNA on your car?
Yeah.
How could it not be? Really?
Yeah. So how you make it out?
Dude, I got the most unwelcome welcome from a police officer. The guy come out from behind the desk to yell at me in the lobby.
Okay. Wow.
Caught to yell at me. Yep.
For what? For just doing what you were doing, or actually coming down there?
No, I was talking to the ambulance guys and telling them what happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was explaining it to him, and he come running out. You never asked for photographs. You never asked. You never asked. And I'm like, no, I did. That's why I'm here. Like, why would I not ask? That's that illogical, dude. Why am I here? Not to talk to you. And at that point, he was all rah, and he went back in the friggin' thing. I can hear everything you're saying. Whatever, dude. Get out of here. Go away. So I gave him my police report, and then I had to go back and I had to amend it.
Right.
Because I left out some stuff. And my penmanship was horrible because my adrenaline and everything else was kind of going, you know?
Yep. Yep.
So oh my God, I forget where I was. Oh, so I wrote up the report. I went back and gave it to him. So now the Dedham police has a police report.
Okay.
I'm right now at the walk-in. The ambulance guys came, right?
Yeah.
And I showed them, like, in the lobby. I'm in the lobby taking my shirt off, Mike.
Right.
And I showed them, and they're like, well, we can take you right now. And, but I think if you want, you can go to your own doctor. I said, okay. So I am now at my own doctor. You should see my other arm. You only saw one of them. Yeah, the other arm's just as bad.
When you go in there, take pictures with your own phone so we get them tonight.
I will do that.
So you got
Listen.
your own. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to Serve TV.
Yeah.
I sent him what I had. Same thing. He asked if he could use the video because there's a video on Twitter. Thank you very much for putting it out there of
From
last Friday. Yeah, you saw that, right?
I just reposted it.
Yep. So I did what I was told to do. Yes.
You did.
And then Hartman, for whatever reason, and there was a trooper with me. I was talking to the other guy, right?
Yeah.
If I was doing something really bad, that trooper would have stopped me or done something.
I think it's because Hank Brennan pulled in, the trooper talked to him, and next thing you know, Hartman was there.
Yep. And I mean, he took big strides coming at me. And I'm like, what do you want? Like, he kept saying back. And I'm like, I'm going like back. Like, I'm walking backwards as he's walking faster towards me than I am walking fast as I can backwards without falling. As he's screaming back. I can't go any faster, right?
Right.
But what do you mean back? I'm right where you told me to be. I was right. You pointed and was having none of it. He just wanted to touch somebody. That dude come out of his freaking truck with it. Dude, I don't know, but I've seen tweakers act like that. You know, they come out, they do something in their car, and they jump out of their car, and they're all, rah! That dude jumped out of his car like that, Mike.
Well, his job is to try to de-escalate anything, not to escalate something. So that's
no. He was aggressive. There was no way. No, he did not de-escalate in any way.
No, I know. Yep.
And you know what the funny part is?
What's that?
I know how to fucking de-escalate. They taught me in the academy.
Right.
We did not de-escalate.
Right.
That's all there is to that.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. That's exactly the guy had. I mean, you know.
So what did Dedham really didn't want to take your report at all?
Nope. The guy in the police wanted nothing to do with me.
So how'd you get him to do it?
I just demanded a report. Give me it.
Right.
So he gave it to me, and they now have it under pains of perjury of the truth. There you go.
And the police, the ambulance came to the police station.
Yes, sir.
So that's on file. Okay, you did everything right. Now you're going to your own doctor. You got to get checked out. And go from there.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what happened to the fan. I don't know. We've had some problems with keeping the feed up today, bro.
I'm telling you, Mike, there's some funny stuff going on in Dedham. I can't explain it. Mike, I can't get my tablet to connect. It's odd. The tablet was running on Friday.
Right.
It wouldn't do it today. Why?
I have no idea. Maybe you got to give me some juice where I can do it for us, because right now we have no screen of the fan going on or anything. I have no idea.
Okay.
So, anyways, maybe you can work on it while you're in there waiting or something.
Yeah, I can try.
If not, is there a mod out there that's doing it?
Hold on. If I can get my laptop working, did I leave that? I think I left it on. I can log into my PC from here, I think, and I can do it. I think. Let me see. I don't know if we have it here. Close. Log me in.
What's live view? You don't know?
No.
Because it's flashing across our screen.
Oh, I see that. Live view. Okay.
All right.
That may be the what do you call it? The StreamYard. That may be StreamYard doing that.
Okay.
Okay, turn that on.
Oh yeah, so Boston 25 is having a problem too. They have the same thing on their screen.
Just, like it's odd. Like there's some there's something funny going on in data, Mike. I'm telling you. I don't know how to explain it. It's just all my devices were just weird.
Just so you know, everybody that's carrying the case right now is on the same thing we're watching right now, live view. Wow. What is going on, people?
It's odd, Mike.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Hold on. We got a mod. One of them might be there soon. Oh, come on. Open.
This is wax. It could be the court feed. I don't know. Yeah. Tommy.
Yep, I'm here.
I think we're good. I don't think it's anything we're doing. I think it's the court feed.
Well, that would make sense if everyone's getting in this kind of the same issue, right?
Yeah, all three of us have the same issue. So just so you know.
Spatter person that said they were expert in blood spatter that I had hired to advise me. Okay, and that left.
This is fucked up.
Mike.
Laura, so the law and crime is working. Okay.
Mike.
Court TV, yeah.
My computer at home is working. I'm as if I'm sitting at my computer at my house right here.
All right, could you put on then Law and Crime Network?
I can do that.
All right. Could you have to keep your computer open, though, yeah?
That's my tablet. I'm using my tablet to keyboard. My tablet. I'm using my tablet to keyboard. Yeah, I got it. I can get it from here.
Okay, pal.
So how's the testimony going?
I'm not gonna lie. Boston 10 is showing live to you. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we need okay. We're gonna get Tommy will get it.
Time.
It's boring, dude, as fuck.
Really?
The fan. There you go. Yeah, get the fan up right now.
Can't read. Got it.
Well, NBC 10 has the fan on. Yep.
I got the fan in front of me, bud.
All right, I see it.
All right, let me. I'm not even logged into StreamYard.
You don't have to. Whoever's doing this right now has got it.
All right, she got it. The girl's got it.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
girls got it.
Well, let me get out of this so I don't mess it up on them.
All right.
I'm just gonna close this out because I can leave it on because I'm connected.
Sammy, all right, Sammy's got it. Thanks, Sammy.
Thank you very much. Sweet.
So are you going? You gonna go into the hospital now? I'm in the doctor's now.
Yes, sir.
All right, pal.
Yeah, I'll let you know what they say. But listen, real quick.
Yeah.
Everybody, Justice Serve TV. They're gonna highlight this, I think, tonight. So I think that we should give them a watch, put them on that list of must not miss.
Did Mendoza give you a call yet or no?
Yeah, we've been back and forth.
Do you? I'm not going to tweet out that police report. You want to do that?
No, don't. Just.
All right.
You just so you know what happened and what's been filed, just so that you know, like that's that.
Okay.
And I'll probably send you my medical records too. So heads up with that.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I got to go in and get some pictures now.
All right, pal. I'll see you when you get back out.
But I will tell you, the Dedham cop, when I said that I want to file assault, And when I said it happened at the courthouse, he says, well, how come he didn't file it there with one of the Dedham cops? I said to him, because I don't trust anybody that's down there. Hence why I'm here.
Right.
And it didn't get any better from there.
So
You figure the guy would have been like understanding and, you know, I get it, guy. I'm some stranger off the street. I just was assaulted. Can you now? Like he didn't want to give me the report to fill out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he take the report?
Yes, he had to.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Mike put a thing on Twitter. Is what happened Friday. We got pulled aside. Me and another mod and another person. All three of us were standing there talking to Trooper Hardman. So if I remember the time of what time it was, I can FOIA request the body cam from Hardman on his chest, that footage, as well as today's footage. I'm going to request both of them.
Okay.
I'll do that when I get home.
All right, pal.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm utterly disgusted. I'm really disgusted, Mike. He did zero to de-escalate. He was all in. From the first step he took, he knew what he was going to do. So, whatever. Right?
Yeah and no. You know what
sucks? I hate taking away from the freaking trial because this is not about. It's kind of about corruption, but it's not. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not about me.
That's why I'm actually saying like that. This is not cool. If not you, then who? Right? That's kind of the thing.
Well, listen, this is what we're all fighting, right? We don't want this to happen to anybody. That's all.
There's a fight going on within the fight. You know what I mean? Like there's like a battle. It sucks. Yeah. So yeah, Mark Mendoza just tweeted out. Someone asked, "Is Tom going to be suing?" 7 minutes ago, and Mark Mendoza says he already has. And so it's an ongoing tweet thread.
I have a lawsuit with him prior. What do you think that's going to do to that? He came and attacked me.
Right.
Because I'm suing him.
That's right.
That's the problem. Mike, he knows I'm suing him. So he come at me knowing that. The other day, I didn't say a word to him because he's still freaking... Yeah, it's all right.
Right.
That, me suing him already has got... And he made a comment about it, too, by the way. So he knows.
What he said? You put it on TV or something? Is that what he said?
No, he already says it, but when we filed that lawsuit, right? And when we both filed it, we added on to the 4 that were there already because theirs was and there's 1. So we technically won with them, right? Because it's all the same. It's the same argument, Mike. Same buffer zone, right? But it's not. It's whatever they want it to be for the day. Can't be like that. Can't be like that. All right. Listen, sorry to bail on you, but I got to run in because my shoulder's really sore.
So the lady that wants to donate the horse, the email?
Yes.
She already sent you an email, all right?
Okay. Thank you.
All right, man.
And I'll definitely get that out where it's got to go. All right, Mikey. And listen, I know this stuff's boring, but it's really important. The bits and bytes and how they take the chips off the boards, very important. This guy, he's okay. He's better than Ian Whiffen. He's better than Jessica Hyde. But he's okay. He's not awesome. He's just okay.
Okay.
Get it?
Yep.
All right, brother.
I'll talk to you. Are you gonna jump back on when you get home?
Right out. Right as soon as I get out, bud. Well, I'm 5 minutes from my house, so we're good.
Right. Yeah. All right. I'll see you then. Okay.
Yeah, brother. Talk to you soon.
All right,
Thanks, bud.
Yep. That's fucked up, man. This guy trying to fucking record something. I'm telling you, Brennan said something and Hartman jumped. How high do you want me to jump, sir? I think Brennan thinks, well, Jesus Christ, they recorded me of my car. You're on a public street, dude. It's not like we chase you down the street. the fuck, man? This is nuts. I feel like we're in North Korea. North Korea. This is like all of our civil rights are just being like ignored. I've never heard of this before. Yeah, this is the way this is the news of the future. This is where it's going to be going. And if you're going to park in a public street and you're a public defender, or you're just a defender in a case like this, then you have to understand that this is going to happen. You know, things are going to be exposed if you want to park on a public street. Well, you know better than us, man. Right? Jesus, man. So yeah, if you're not following me on Twitter, products840 at products840 is my handle, and you have both videos up today and last Friday. Thank you to who posted that. Who it was, so I can give her a shout out. Tracy from Yorkie Pie. Thank you. Yeah, he was good. He's I think he's bipolar. I don't know what the like. I'm telling you, Hank, like this trooper's over here right now. Hank Brennan's off to his left, getting out of his car. Tom's on, the trooper's like, hey, how's it going? How you doing? Then all of a sudden, Harbin just walks out and just grabs Tommy. And Tommy could sense just by the way of his gait and the way he was walking towards Tom, it wasn't going to be good. And now Tommy has video of him saying, yep, right here's fine. But, you know, as Hank Brennan says, well, you know, I'm going to park my car here, so you're going to have him move. That's just how it works, guy. Now, you know, we can recommend being seen by a judge right away. And you're kind of intimidated to do that with people in blue shirts running around, you know, yelling at you when you don't know what to do, don't know what to carry, don't know where to sit. And they like that. They want you confused. It's bullshit, man. You know, obviously last year, Karen had the hearts and minds of a lot of people, and I think they'll try to avoid that as much as they can. But still, what's your First Amendment is your First Amendment, and you cannot take that away from us. I'd be suing the absolute ball bag off these people. I don't care how long it took. And it just sucks that Tommy Two Phones again. You know, how many times do I have to say this? I don't see any one of those other people that are down at the other, way at the other side. You know, Tom goes to the other side and there's nobody, and this happens to him. You know, imagine if we had 60 people where Tommy was, what would have happened? What's the difference? Would they have moved all 60 people? You know, after he was told Friday it was fine and we're here on Monday. Oh, man. It's ridiculous, right? You shouldn't even have. It's like I'm telling you, it's a. I don't know how many people are there because I didn't even see the other side, but it's nothing like it was last year with the pom poms and the pink shirts. We were rocking and rolling. Karen had her own, we had our own security and all the other bullshit, right? We have none of that going on, and the troopers are more aggressive than they ever have been. They're 10 times more aggressive this year than they were last year. I can't even talk about the trial. I'm so fired up about this. Yeah, you got to remove that guy. Someone posted in the thread what a trooper's responsibilities are is to de-escalate. You know, if he had just walked over and told Tom, hey, I know I told you Friday it was okay, but it looks like people are going to be parking on the side of the road. We're going to have you move. Tom would have left. That's how easy it is. Tom is a respectable person. You see, oh, okay, no problem, I'm out. But instead, he had to take the hardline tactic. Treat people like how you want to be treated, right? So if Hartman wanted to be sitting there, if he was one of us, and which he's not, and want to be treated like that. Colonel Noble, I mean, legit, dude, what are you doing, man? Tom's too nervous to go and see a judge immediately. What are they gonna say? You know? Fuck me. Jessica Hyde. Oh, Auntie Deb. Stop. Oh God, don't. Oh, Tom's really hurt. He can't even lift his arm up. I mean, it bruised pretty quick. Tom's a small guy. Hopkins is probably double the weight. All right, court's back. Did you have Mrs. O'Keefe rolling her eyes right in front of the jurors? Nothing said there, right? She's rolling her eyes when Jackson asked a question. Like if Karen's dad did that, right? It'd be a big, big thing. Oh, well, motions were good.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could. We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD
That
card?
was left behind.
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data, specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find timestamp data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle has been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on. and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test that power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
I wonder why he's objecting on that timeline. That's interesting. I'm not questioning him, but it's just interesting. Oh, Paul's got the wedding ring on. The guy in front of him, he have a blood pressure problem? What the fuck? Wow. That's Kerrigan over there next to Roll My Eyes, Peggy. They're really spread out. Was that Lou? It's Lou O'Connell with the hat vest on. Interesting. This is yeah. Be Turtle Boy in there, man. What the fudge? Where's Gant? Gant's not even in there. The girl's over there leaning on her wrist. You know, no computer, no nothing. DePietro's over there like he's on Pornhub. You know, he's on Sniffles with Auntie Deb. Checking out, she's on Sniffles, checking out the locations currently for lunch. And so isn't Sue. Oh, yeah. I don't want to even get you to follow DePietro, but his tweets are funny. It's like the complete opposite of his peers. His peers will send out things about what's going on. And DePietro writes, "Boom! The DNA is definitely found in the hair." It's like, dude, get back on Sniffles and keep looking for your hookup. All right. Oh yeah, yeah. I call her Lou, Subaru Lou. That's what she is, right? This guy with the red face, man. Holy Jesus, man! You better go and see the doctor. God damn it, man. Well, maybe Peg's sitting in front of. Oh yeah, they moved. I think Peg was moved because she's now sitting in front of Yannetti, and he blocks the jurors. Right? Am I right, guys? I think yeah. He is a clown. He is a clown, dude. I've seen pictures of him talking with Jim McCabe and shit. You know, it's like, enough, dude. Yeah, maybe it's a sunburn. Hey, Liza. How you doing? Yeah, Bobby.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes. So this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community. And it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we're able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engage in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are two components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember, that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, does the power out event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12/42/08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data representing the power on event on a timeline at 12/12/36 and the power off event at approximately 12/42/08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events of the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So
right?
these
No,
cameras, these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed is 5:07:46. Where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the timestamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Okay, thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Did you use
okay.
the video that
Sorry.
we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event that occurs at 5:46:20, again, when we look at the ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that'd be helpful. If not, if you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell if the vehicle's on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways? Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram.
Sure. So that graph again is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred, and when the power on event occurred, and when the power off event occurred at 2/12/35/01 and 2/12/01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12/35/01 to 2/12/01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4/11/46, and the power off event occurs at 4/12/56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4/12/03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4/11/46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4/12/03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so
And
that
what's your-
power on event would be 4/11/46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4/12/56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us? Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4/12/56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see, and is what is generally accepted, is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time, be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important text stream events?
Correct. There were two text stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two text stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the text stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the text stream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from text stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down, or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two text stream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the TechStream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint.
This guy sounds like such a shithead. Bob Alessi is going to crush this
Sorry,
guy.
turn to page 38, please. Okay.
You think he's read now?
What's the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, it's a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
This guy's a one-stop shop, huh?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer yes.
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all
What?
the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review
Independent.
of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah, so that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those 2 text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing. So there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So that's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
What? From O'Keefe's phone?
You initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point. Does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction. And then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brown.
Okay. After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the TechStream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the TechStream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the TechStream data. So the TechStream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a TechStream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23, between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone, considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah. So that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? One's burnt out. I'll see conflicts out there.
We can trace his steps through the interior.
Yeah.
Here, so this
Get-
is a good place. We'll get a little more light in here.
What's going on?
We'll take a 45-minute lunch recess.
All right, they're going to lunch first. Okay. That's good. Let's break it up in the middle of the.
Close your notebook and follow me.
Close your notebooks. Please put a marker on the page you left off on so we can double check what your spelling is. Okay, good. Good. Microdots just dropped a new video, people. I don't know if one of the mods can get it on for us. Yes, it'd be awesome to watch. It's called Higgins Canton PD footage analyzed, Karen Reed. Came out 15 minutes ago. Yeah, it's worth watching. Yeah. So yeah, I kind of tuned out on that testimony. That guy was every word, every sentence he said was sure. And then the things I picked up on was like, I independently did it on my own. I don't know if that really comes into play here, but so on your own accord, you did this, and you get a little tucky in the check or something? Yeah, this is. I think this is going to be like a nice easy swing out of the park for Bob. After he gets a little food, a little, turkey sandwich, a cucumber, who knows? The guy doesn't need anything with salt. No, excuse me, sugar, corn, bread. I mean, this guy's going to be like no white rice. He's just going to have it all going on. Yes, Aiden, you're right. Alan Jackson knows that no matter what happens, Bev sustain him, but the questions will still be answered by themselves in front of the jury. You are correct. Yep. So update on Tommy's at the doctor's. He might be out now. I don't know, but he could be. He went to one of those walk-ins. Okay, so Aiden, Hank Brennan said the clock variance was 30 seconds, then realized his timeline was off by 38 seconds. Now Manshan says it's a 60-second variance. This is fucked up, yeah. This is absolutely crazy shit we're watching going on in front of us. Oh, I don't know why my screen's circling. Maybe we got something coming up. There's the Microdot. Oh, okay, yes. Check it out, man. Did Tommy lose his arm? No, Donkey. No, he's gonna bruise. Maybe maybe he bruises easy. I don't know. But for all the ladies out there, he had a shirt off. I'm just telling you. Any chance Tommy gets to take his shirt off, he wants to. It looks like Peggy was moved. Peggy was moved over by David Eddie's blocking her. And yeah, someone's right. During the Chesney trial, when Mrs. Chesney, the wife of the cop that was murdered, would lose her shit, cry, like rightfully so. She got pissed. Hold on. So yeah, I forget where I was. Like what just happened? I mean, to be honest with you, what wasn't my cup of tea. I know it's like detailed oriented, but this guy didn't. He had variances. He had. I've been not in trouble. No, I thought my wife was calling me, but no. But this guy, just the way he looks, it looks on everything. But when you start a sentence, every time someone asks you and you say "sure," it's like when he would say "absolutely" in front of every question he asks. Absolutely, But so Tommy, yeah. So Tommy's you should be out of the doctor's. He's supposed to jump on when he gets home. He's like 5 minutes from his house. So I'm on my own here for a little bit. All right, Debbie, thank you. Yeah. Oh, gee. Okay, Glock for me. Wow, I'm getting yelled at by mods and stuff to stay focused. Gee, Tom's waiting for an X-ray. Holy fuck. Jesus. Oh my God. Breaking news. So yeah, so I'm trying to fill some time up here, but you know what? I'm gonna go grab something and leave you guys a little bit alone. Get with your thoughts, talk amongst yourselves if you need to. All right. Tommy's okay. I need to focus on what's going on, which is the blank screen right now. So with that in mind, I'm gonna go grab something to eat and come back, and I'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Okay. You guys all good in the chat? You guys good? Tom's sending me pictures of his X-ray. So I don't know, man. This is crazy shit going on today. I can't, and I really want to be focused when Bob Alessi gets up there and just absolutely crushes this guy into the next universe. Because you know what's going to happen. He's going to end his career. I don't know. Tommy just sent me the same picture twice. You can see you can see a handprint on Tommy's. I'm like, all right, we're not talking about that, right? No, Tom's good. Yeah, so he's gonna. He's I'd go live, but HIPAA. He's that's Tommy. You guys have abandonment issues. I'm sorry, but I gotta do what's right. Keep sending your loves in the chat for Tom. I'll be right back. All right, cool. Hopefully you checked out the microdots stuff, but they should be back in like 10 minutes. It's 1:10 now. They left like around 12:30. So just reading some tweets. Sorry. Olivia's got some stuff going on. Yeah, okay. Danielle's posting stuff about Tommy. She's pissed. All right. All right. I'm just going to finish up with Well. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping the chat down. Oh, still nothing going on. Should be shortly. And then we're going to open up with Bob Alessi. Two Guns Alessi. Yep, Aiden just reposted Tom's assault. That's it's gaining some traction. Thanks, Turtle Boy. Yeah, it's great, guys. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but yeah, I don't know if you're watching, Danielle, but I appreciate it, man. Yeah, this is like it's enough's enough, dude. Like we get the point. Tommy's the other people are on the other end because they're wearing pink and stuff. They want to hold the signs out. I get it, right? So they're still on the old buffer zone. They're not even going up to the new buffer zone because shit like this, you know. I'm telling you, this had to do with Tom catching Hank on film, talking about it, and Hank parked on the main road right there. If Tom was looking straight right to his probably like 10 o'clock range, you see Hank talk to the trooper. The trooper walks up to the corner with him, and then right after that, you see him put his radio on, and here comes Hartman walking across like it's, you know, it's fucked. I just watched the Microdots video too, man. That was fucking awesome. Yeah, they're watching the live for sure. I know. But you know, we're not gonna shut it down. We're gonna talk code. Yeah, Erica was last week, right? That was made her walk. You know, made her walk with a sport bra on. I mean, what the fuck? It's just you know, I'm getting. This is what they want. They want us to get sick of it, right? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the only eventful thing we talked about this one until this Alabama guy came up, and he's about to wish he never took the check. We'll see. Yeah, Dan's coming up. I think she's coming up tomorrow or tonight. There's Danielle. Yeah, you saw. If you see the video, Hank, you know, does you really think Tom's gonna go run Hank's plate and then, you know, do all that shit? I mean, come on, man. Tom, I mean, Hank, you're not that special, dude. You're not that fucking special, man. You're not a certain kind of citizen. You may think you are, but you just sold your career for half a milli, right? You really sold. I think you sold out, man. You took the check instead of taking justice, right? Because no one would take it, and you figure, well, you know what? I haven't done anything in a while. I don't like the FBI because of what they tried to do to Whitey, you know. And I made a lot of money back then, so I'm going to make a little bit more. But can you believe Michael Morrissey hired me? This is great, honey. This is great. I don't have to worry about anything. No one's going to track me down. So, but I tell you what, Tommy will be there tomorrow if his arm's not broken. I imagine if Tom's arm's broken, he's getting extras right now. Imagine if Tom walks out in a sling. And again, someone posted what a trooper's supposed to do in a situation like this. Like the protocol of how to handle it is to de-escalate anything. First of all, it wasn't even escalated till Tommy saw the bull running after him. He was like, what the fuck is this all about? And the other trooper was there talking to him a minute ago. He was told to stand there last Friday. So make it make sense, right? I don't know. Feel bad for him. I do. The guy just gets bamboozled. Hey, vey. He was the only one down there. Yep, Daniel, you're right. Hank pulled around the corner. You can see it at 10 o'clock right there. There's Hank over to the left. This trooper now is going to walk over and talk to him. I'm on Twitter. Sorry, guys. And then you see the bull come running across the road. Well, Breed County's account was suspended. Oh, that's too bad. What's he going to do now? Oh, God. This guy's about to get his credibility just obliterated. I hope, yeah, like you took the check too, dude. You sold your check out, man. And the new Microdots video it's shady. Higgins is shady as shit. I didn't realize he actually goes to the back of the parking lot and moves a car out of the way. Then comes back, starts his Jeep, opens another Dodge, goes in the back of another truck, pulls out a huge bag. You know, it's like, what is this? This guy's fucking shady. I can't wait for the defense to call this fucker. If you're him and you're sitting home, you're seeing all this stuff come out, what do you think? What are you doing? What do you think to yourself? If you're Higgins, do you go somewhere? Do you do something? Like, do you go into South Boston? What do you do? Like, if I'm just trying to think what would I do if I was him? Like, what legal standing do I have? Where am I going? This is getting the walls are closing in, so to speak. I just I have a hard time buying the fact that he's going to be protected. I don't know. Yeah, he's not family. I don't know. What do you guys think? Right, my 300. Yeah, if he's not, just trying to think. If I was part of it, and I have those people that are connected more than I am at the 34 Fairview, there's a whole bunch of them. My chief of police is out in disability. He's sick. I'm fucked. Yeah, I don't know, And if I was a betting man, it'd be a whole different thing. What would you do, Donkey? What would you do if you were Higgins right now? Would you, did you watch Microdot's new video? If you haven't, please do. And then, because they break down the whole parking lot and the time bump inside the hallway and where he goes. Yeah, it's good. I don't know how many wieners. I don't know. Maybe Tom's out of the doctors. He's tweeting. Or he's. Like, does that trooper go home and be like, "Hey, honey, you're not gonna believe what I did. Check this out. It's on video." Oh. So just Tom's like, I watched the video. He used two hands pick me up. The other one's under my shoulder. Pop. Goes to cuffs. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna read all that stuff for you. He's talking to Danielle. Yeah, I know. Bev is making faces behind the bench, giving some people some looks like about the witnesses. Because imagine if you're a juror right now and you're hearing all this gabagool. It's fucking crazy. Court's back. All right, let's go.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. Sammy. I can't miss Bobby. Damn it. Yep.
And to provide
Boston 25 has it on. Let's go. Tommy.
The truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court.
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in
Thanks,
court
guys.
because scientific evidence can be very powerful and therefore the forensic science must be accurate?
Correct.
Yes, I do.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
What's going on?
Credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Thank you.
That's correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on Direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on Direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and
Oh, no.
experimentation,
He's getting red. He's getting red.
analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis.
Oh, he's turning red. Look at him. Oh, my God.
Yes, I do.
Does he have a
The
chew in? Is he chewing?
scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes,
Right.
correct.
So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
Ooh,
No,
yes.
I do not.
Yes, Bobby.
Have you
Go
heard
get him.
of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown when the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided,
wait for it.
You called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared?
Oh!
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3.
Ah, shizzles. Mic drop. Boom.
In page 4, footnote 3.
Fuck around and find out what the lesson
I'm
is.
sorry, sir. Are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence review by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you, in the very beginning, that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct. It did.
Now let's go on to
Welcome to Massachusetts, motherfucker.
another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae, laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic. You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right? Generally?
He's turning red there. He is turning fucking red.
And simple ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is
The
what
credential
type of college
collector.
degree you
Alessi, the credential collector.
People rely
Snap.
on those credentials.
Snaps that right
and
off
the
your chest.
credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions in analyses, correct?
They can be. Yes.
They can be and
Right.
they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be depending on context.
but more often than not, they're important.
This is a fucking
Again, depending
clinic.
on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Oh, wait for it.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will.
Oh, he's winding up.
Exhibits.
There we go. Oh, this guy is so effed. He's like, oh, look at the shoulders sunken. He's got a chew in. He's got skull spearmint going. He's just swallowing the spit. He doesn't even care. How could he object to his own witness, right? Why? Yeah. Why? This is fucking beautiful.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah. When Alessi says, I need a minute, it's just a game. Here comes the
Your Honor, if I can have
badge
this mark as the
collector.
next exhibit.
For identification?
For identification at this point.
Okay.
Okay, Bev. Hold on, Jimmy. I need a mimosa.
Well, actually.
It's Monday mimosa day.
Eventually offering it into evidence, so.
So it looks like he's going to put his CV into the court. This is going to be fuck. Look at Bev looking for Brennan. Like, you really want him to do this? What's he got here? Hey, Bev, all right, I got to make sure I call about this one. Okay, I got Tommy off the corner. Cross that off. Okay, what else do I need? Jimmy, mimosas, please, for everybody, especially the guy on the stand.
Ms. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Not any longer.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be
I'll be
my
quiet.
CV.
I'll be quiet.
Yes.
He's going to use his own CV against him.
Is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Aptra has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate?
Oh. This
Uh,
guy
it
definitely
appears
wears
to
a baseball hat on the weekends.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, he's fucking nervous, dude.
Your Honor, if I had the witness hold
When have you seen somebody's fucking CV go into evidence? Look at Alessi. I'm gonna smoke you, dude. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just ate my turkey sandwich. I'm gonna smoke your ass.
Thank you.
I can't do anything from here with volume, guys, but I'll shut up. I'm just excited. I'm gonna mute myself. No, I'm
Mr.
not gonna mute
Burgess,
myself.
you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, he has
May I approach,
congratulations.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Like this. Mark is the next.
see, that's all the jury's gonna remember. Oh, this fucking ass clown, right? And puppet, fucking cuck. This guy's definitely a cuck, by the way. If you guys don't know what a cuck is, you're looking at one right here. That's a cuck.
May I hand it to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to actually have it marked for identification first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Oh my God.
I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any?
Oh no.
No, thank you.
Did you guys hear that toilet flush? That was that guy's career.
Exhibit 184.
Oh, you get another 2 hours of this, guys. Wait, hold on. Get your popcorn.
Send it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Yannetti wasn't wrong, man. When he said this is the best cross examiner there is in the country.
Mr.
I'm not
Burgess,
agree with that.
once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Oh, no.
Let me
Oh
see.
no.
Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field, according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page?
Yes, I believe so.
In that biography page has your education listed?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Very
sorry.
possible, yes.
I can't take this. Oh my God.
Yes.
He's just gonna stand up and walk off and then shake us. I'm done. All right, Brendan, I can't do this anymore. I don't care what you pay me. Here's your check. I know. I'm sorry, guys. I can't stop laughing. This guy's getting. We haven't even got into any of his fucking data yet. He's cross-examined him on his degrees. We haven't even got to the juice yet. Holy shit! I know. Where's Trooper Paul? You know, come on. Oh. Yeah, I know. I feel better now that the day's going. Bev's like my mimosa wasn't what I thought. He's still going on this guy's CV. Oh my goodness gracious! Bev's like, never have this asshole in my courtroom again. She's got her own bingo card going. All the judges do. You know that.
I now, Mr. Burgess, giving you Exhibit DB for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that document?
Oh yeah, my wife's
yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir,
Now.
to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like
Is this an SNL skit? I mean, seriously.
the bottom of education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration. that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in mathematics and business administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
Oh man, we haven't even got into his testimony yet.
And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, you know where that hyperlink takes you?
Pornhub.
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
That's sustained.
That's your own fucking witness, you fucking.
Now, if you continue on to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are you aware that Aperture has two hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially
It's
when
bullshit.
it's on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something
Inaccurate.
that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you would be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
It's getting destroyed.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better
sorry,
verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No.
Aware that now, if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Oh,
Do you know
man.
whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
No, that was
Have you
Mr.
ever-
Brennan.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Yeah, this guy's a mofo. Look at him. He's going down. We got a Black Hawk down. We got a Black Hawk down. He's like, what degree red is this guy? Did he just go off the beach in Duxbury? What the fuck? He is fucked. He's like, sorry, Hank. Now we haven't even got into his fucking juice of what he testified. This is fucking crazy. Oh, this guy walked into a fucking tornado tonight. Just another manic Monday. Wish it was fun day. I wish Baba Lisi would leave me alone. Give him McDonough. Just give him McDonough. I fucking love it. Oh, fuck.
The next one, Mark, for identification at this point.
Yes.
Thank you.
This guy is getting fucking rope-a-doped. He's on his fucking CV. He's like, we might be back tomorrow with this stuff. Give us Trooper Paul. Give us Trooper Paul. Why didn't this guy get voir dire? Did we ask for a voir dire? Because I'm telling you right now, it might have saved the Commonwealth.
What is marked as Exhibit WW for identification, I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure. And pack your bags. Look at him.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Uh-oh.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I've never seen this, but I've never seen somebody get fucking ripped apart on the CV. This is crazy. Getting shredded is complete shred from jump, as Higgy would say, from the jump.
Can I see you at sidebar with me?
Oh, please take it easy on him. He just shat himself. Oh yeah, Karen, please give me a smile. Please, come on, Mr. Zoki. Oh, you, damn it. I think he tapped out. There's a little button under the thing where you can hit it 3 times, and you tapped out. He's claiming he's got sick, get food poisoning from wherever lunch was. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking, yeah, he looks, yeah. Oh, man. That he got smoked. And we even got to his actual data report. How's anybody ever going to believe what he says or what he's showing us to be truthful when he doesn't even have a degree, and then he states that he does? And then they disable his LinkedIn 3 days prior to this. Okay? That's corrupt. Oh, man. This is fucking cray-cray. Yeah, where's Nan? Where's Nan? Nan would be going off right now. Where's Tommy Two Phones? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, he tapped out. Oh man. Yeah, I know. This is like the this is not even this guy is not even in the same weight class as Alessi. Oh my goodness. Oh, they call it, yeah, he's walking the dog on this guy hard. Yeah, dude, you're seriously, your career, you're never gonna be able to come back again. That's for sure. And if any good attorney ever looks you up, with this chat, especially me and some other people on Twitter, you know, yeah, effed. Yeah, read my tweet. There's Nan's already in the chat. She knows. Mike, Nan, I have never, ever seen anything like this. Have you, I guess, Nan, the question is, have you ever crossed somebody on their CV before you even got into anything? Is this unusual? God damn it. We have to do like when he first got to the stand, what he looks, how white he was. Mike's saying to him, yeah, why are the fire engines going by trying to block out the sound and shit? Oh, Nan's driving, Attorney Gallagher's driving to Massachusetts. Be careful. Paul had a 3 martini lunch. Oof. Was Dougal there earlier? Or did he show up? He's watched us. Lift your head up, Paul, if you watched us. Hey, buddy. You're banged up, dude. Oh. Yeah, you know what? Those seats aren't comfortable. Look at the other one. Like she's just over there staring off into the abyss. You know? I don't know what to tell you. Hey, this is Lou O'Connell. She's disgusted. She won't even look up. Will you, Lou? Look up, Lou. Oh, maybe. Oh, scratch your head if you're listening in the red. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, yep. Just keep you listening. Am I funny? Thank you. The tiny desk guy is ready to rock. Give me something, Bob. Jackson, that's a new suit, man. You looking fresh with the feds watching, man. Liza looking fresh. Look at Bob. Should I take it easy? Eliza's like, step on his neck. Step on his neck. And you know, he's just sitting back going, I love my team. I just love it. Even Larry's red. Oh, I want.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. That is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page? If you could take a moment to take a look at it. Sure.
Mr. Lessing, I'm going to ask you to step back so all the jurors can see.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor. Like she's giving the German side eye. If they're laughing like me, look at her. She's looking at me. She's trying to pick out which ones. Look at her. Look at her. She's trying to figure out which ones are going. All right. All right.
Yes, it does with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you
Look at Bev looks
that
pissed.
document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
My daughter wrote this.
Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Oh, Hank, with no authority on that one, buddy. Yeah, do we ask for a void date on this guy? Because, you know, next time you don't want to think about that. So anything this guy has said is out the fucking window. Fucks up their timeline, everything.
I would
Everything.
like to turn your attention to the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page. You know people are looking at your education. And you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your posts, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
Oh. Oh.
And as you sit here today, that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's, may I?
Sure.
In my report, if I can have the previous one.
Erica was arrested? Toyota? What? Are you asking a question?
Hold that. This one, sir, and I'm going to get that if I could from you. And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back,
Sure.
sir?
Yep,
Oh my God.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Next document, Mark, for identification.
Are we still on the CV? What about his methodology, right, Aussie? I mean, do we even try to challenge this board here, or we just let this one go because we knew what we were doing? I gotta figure it out.
You hand it to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Handing the witness exhibit X
Oh
for
my
identification.
Yeah.
You recognize
I
that
do.
document, sir?
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand
sorry.
what you're talking about. There's no highlighted.
I'm
portion.
sorry, let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes.
So that's definitely you represented in this document.
Jesus.
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022.
Holy fuck.
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct. So let's go on. So this is the third example. Am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Carl Stein.
I offer
Oh, man.
XX into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 187.
Sir, is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website?
Correct.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct.
Well, when you say
How-
outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's
Sure. So
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error. Yes.
So are you, let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Yes, I am, and that is one of the errors I've identified.
So you would agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
Are you familiar with the term
School.
mendacity?
I am not.
That's what I just did to you. The death in your ass. Oh my fucking God.
Are you
Holy
familiar with a CV of 2015?
Oh, we're gonna keep going, Bob? If this guy ever testified in any other cases and you're in jail because of this piece of shit, you better call your fucking lawyer. And you're welcome.
Yes.
You can fucking, you're welcome. I'm sorry, you can't hear the testimony because it's ridiculous, people. Sorry, I can't stop laughing. Oh,
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
YYYD.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
I'm just reading the chat. Sorry. Having too much fun.
Yeah, put your hand.
Yes.
Hey, Tommy.
Do you recall ever pursuing, may I stay here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay. Can he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yep, sure.
And just step back.
Yes,
just a little.
yep. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
Oh, man.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes. Sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have? Objection.
I'll allow that.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insurance? Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lasky?
Sure.
Oh man, Hank. I think Hank slept on a Bob Alessi on this one. What do you think, Sue? In the back there. Sue, what do you think? Give me a little nod. Yeah, you think so? Damn. Red coat. What's going on in the back there? Oh, damn. Oh, God, this is crazy. Have you ever? Tommy! Oh, he was there. No wonder Hank was pissed off this morning. Got Tommy thrown out of the fucking street and shit.
Hey, yo.
How you doing, man?
Hey, it's hard. I'm working with one hand here. You got to give me a minute or two. I'm just about in my house.
All right, pal. Take your time. I'll see you inside.
You're right there.
All right, man. Uh-oh.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Yes, I am.
Would you agree?
Let's talk about your work on this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report. It is a proposed protocol.
What?
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explained why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
And when you prepared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept. And that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry. Well, is it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol.
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol. And you blame this on
I
the
can't.
quote
I fucking
programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the Spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation. Yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that Spansion chip during the December 2023 chip off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB, and that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol. Yes,
Protocol.
correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing. Yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted. I would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct. At that time.
You got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct. I did make an error.
You stated in your report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips. Correct. I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct?
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms. You got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct?
Well,
correct, partial.
You got
his desk is already being cleaned out that we were talking about.
Analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
Since
sweet
you wrote
baby
that,
Jesus.
Have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte, yes.
You learned that in this
Bit
case
and byte.
from
I got it right
reading
here.
the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
I can't. Hey, Penny Paralegal,
Isn't
thanks
it
for the
the case
$22.70.
that
Man, Shannon
the
is a
expert
liar.
for the defense
Yeah.
submitted
Fucking
his
right.
affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
Bob does. I've never seen anything like this.
And that person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report. May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's getting tired of just kicking this guy's ass all around the courtroom today. Holy shit. Dude, your desk is already packed up at work,
May I
dude.
proceed, Your Honor?
You're fired before you get on the plane.
In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this quote incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU. You know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
It's consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement that report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
No,
That's
so That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Miss Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date for doing the work in this case?
I do not.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I have not.
Who in
Uh-oh.
Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department.
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
Potentially.
Your analysis, I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data in science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them. Yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common. Yes.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on, and you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
Objection.
So why don't I see it side by, find out what's going on? Sure.
Oh, now he's gonna take apart Garino's. Oh man, because if he based his report off of Garino's data, now he can introduce that. Oh,
This isn't going too good for this guy.
Tommy,
I don't know how much they're paying him, but it ain't enough, bud. He's an expert.
To the Commonwealth, they thought he was, and I'm not sure if they even knew he didn't. He doesn't even have a bachelor's. He lied.
Oops.
So,
I mean, wait a minute. Don't. Doesn't the DA's office have people that like check this stuff out? I'm just
guess so.
asking. They got a bunch of
guess so.
lawyers over there. What the frig are the lawyers doing if they can't vet this guy? This is this is the main guy, right? This is what the telematics is saying. The car did XYZ. This is where it comes from, right?
Right. He spent the first 45 minutes on his cross talking about this guy's CV, like, his LinkedIn, how false it was, how he lied, not once, not twice, but 3 times. He had a chance to correct it. Then the Commonwealth disabled his LinkedIn account because it was inaccurate 3 days ago. So they thought maybe Bob Alisi was sleeping on him. No, they should. And this is the guy they tried to voir dire, and they wouldn't let him.
Wow.
Imagine if the Commonwealth just voir dired him, it would have been over. They would have just had to move on. But this guy was willing to go along with the timeline and everything that Hank wanted. So he wanted him in, and man, he slept on him. Bob Alisi just took him apart, as we were talking about this morning, round by round, methodically. It was awesome. I've never seen
this guy's doing this for Karen for free. Think about it.
Yep.
We're looking at the corruption. We should be looking at this girl walking out of court with no friggin' charges on her. How is this possible?
Dismiss the fucking case right now. Save yourself the money and the embarrassment you're giving the Commonwealth right now. And Karen Reed should not even be even close to this stuff. How you feeling? I see you're wearing a shoulder strap.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Did they come back negative on the
X-rays? Yeah, nothing's broken. It's all where it's supposed to be.
All right.
So.
All right, man. I won't ask you anymore.
No, it's a long story. When
No,
when
no.
he picked me up, he grabbed me by the back of my bicep, my tricep, with his left
Yeah.
hand, and with his right hand, he went under my armpit. So he picked
Yeah.
me up by my arm off the ground when he threw me. Like he used my arm to throw me. And he used as like a lever that like chucked me
Just be
across the
careful.
street.
Be
So-
careful what you say, because anything you can and will be used against you in the court of law. Hey, I was just reading in the chat that Erica might have got arrested.
Oh my God! Seriously, they're busting
Yeah,
her
can you-
chops now.
Can you,
If
can
it's
you
the
look
same
into,
cop, man, we got to do something about this. It's
Can you
already
look into it?
contentious as it is. Yeah, I'll take a peek at it. I only got one freaking hand. I can't really type good.
Oh, that's right.
But
All right,
that's-
that's all
that can't. If that's true, that can't be. We can't do allow that. to stand.
Someone said in the chat.
Jurors, we're just waiting a minute for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like.
Yeah,
Trying
you're
to
waiting for
do this
fucking
without-
his ass that just got chewed apart all the way across the fucking street today. Woo! Look at this guy.
No, they're not
Some
happy
report.
even. Wow.
No.
No. There's been an assault inside the courtroom too. Look at the straight faces. Wow. Oh my
I
God.
know.
Look at them. They're stoic. They seen a ghost.
They're
They
trying
are
to spin
freaking
this.
shell shocked, buddy. Shell
They're trying
shocked.
to spin this as much as they can.
Look at Paul.
Like, how
He
are
don't
you-
know what to do. This guy on the left
Yeah,
is like, oh my God, don't put me, oh, look at him.
Yeah, look at what's his face. Look at fucking actually.
And look at this girl. She can't even know. She doesn't know where she is. Wow. And there's our Carl Dougal. How's he doing, I wonder, huh? He works for Boston Police Department. He arrested the wrong person because he said that they all look alike. And then his wife went on a rant about that. Carl was John's friend. Principles above personalities. If they did that to Erica, it ain't right. Whether it's her or anybody, that's the bigger picture. I'm trying to say, like, it's gotta stop.
Mr. Alessi, is there anything we can go to and come back? If there's not, there's not.
It would be a bit incongruous, Your Honor, but I
Okay.
can do it if Your Honor would like.
Do you have any idea how much longer it's going to be?
I will go check.
What's going on?
What's this about?
I don't know. I think someone might have went to the. He ran out of court. They're trying to track him down. He's running to his car right now. You did his face like, oh my God. Look at Karen's laughing. What's going on? The guy's in there throwing up in the bathroom.
Oh, did they get the documents that they wanted? Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another.
That's, thank you.
Brennan.
Yep. Yeah. Mike,
Approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What?
breaking news.
Have this
I can't see you.
the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can we
Hold
take
on.
that thing down? The banner?
Yeah. Breaking news. You ready?
What? Yeah.
3 conspiracy charges, 2 witness intimidation charges, and 1 picketing charges against me have been dismissed. I'm reading the
I saw
ruling
it.
now. We'll have details later. Aiden Kearney.
Yeah. Yep. I
That's
saw
a
that.
start. That's a start.
May I, Your Honor?
Yeah. It's awesome news.
Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit ZZ for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please, when you've had a fair opportunity. to
Erica's
look at it.
arrested.
You can pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that time.
Wow. She got arrested, dude. Erica. That's enough. We won't talk about it. We won't talk about it, but it's just a heads up. Wow.
Do I need to put it in any other? I mean, it ain't no joke down there. No joke.
Oh, there's Rendoza. Rendoza's there too.
Mark Rendoza in the house.
Yeah, he's sitting down there on a seat. What the fuck?
Okay.
There's all sorts of stuff happening. We'll keep you guys informed.
Ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location data information?
I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th for clarification.
And that was on December 7th.
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024.
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle. And to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased.
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it. And it's a vehicle, as I understand, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Miss Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
On Miss Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not. 2023 chip off, correct? Itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
if Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? Do you know?
I do not know.
Now,
I'm
oh,
going to
sorry.
let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to cover a basic question. You take a recitation to literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before. Has it ever been done before? Do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There is literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There's no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Let's talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right? Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3, which would just be restating the, if you mind if I can look at my report?
Oh, please.
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir. Also, and please keep your report handy.
Sure.
Your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right, right. But did you use the parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162.2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162.2 text stream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that, you know, a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download, and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules, and discussing, you know, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for the, what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162.2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that text stream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr. Ness.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162.2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis in all these timelines that you talked about on Direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work.
Correct.
With regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2 text stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the TechStream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct?
But you did delve into that and pretty heavily in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd. After the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report,
Correct.
right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what it was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to see exactly what you did, sir.
Sure.
Let's start with the basics. You said on direct examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as a cut and paste from a previous report?
Yes, I am.
Do you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No, I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimony has occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSogra.
It's
correct.
a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr. DeSogra's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what I
So
said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claim was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claim that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited 2 months to do that?
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on
My
testimony.
question, sir, is not your thoughts, just did you wait 2 months?
Just let him finish the answer.
My question, sir, finish it how you'd like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Was that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So did you know when this trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
Do you think it's fair to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Sustained.
As we've been discussing, you issued a brand new report in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Let's address that. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you did not mention TechStream event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention TechStream events, correct?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
And you labeled them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, it's a supplement?
That is what it is, yes.
Who did you speak to regarding the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Buchanan?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully before you prepared your May 8th report, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
Yeah, I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10?
Sure.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him.
Correct, to get provided information.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
So you reached out to Mr. Brennan on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So before you sent that report in, you had a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
Yes.
So he knew the nature of the report. He knew how far along you were with it.
Correct.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you have any texts with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it?
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall, so is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
How many times in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years, this is the first time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
Supplement, as you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
Correct.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
You say you're familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
Were you given info? Do you know that Mr. Whiffen has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
And with regard to Mr. Whiffen's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffen's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffen's January 2025 report or his March 2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware?
I'm not aware either way.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports. Mr. Whiffen's reports contain information and some detailed, and they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffen's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffen with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So 4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffen with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications with regard to cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And your certifications include being able to read Celebrite and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had facile with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the XQ-like database because you had Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report.
You
Yes.
had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes. Correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffin's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffin's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name. Yes.
Do you know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffin or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffin's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Having read Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report, you know that his report contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period. No.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Let's take a look at your January 30th, 2025 report. Well, we'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense. You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection.
Is this, the objection sustained?
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of TechStream event 1162-2 in his January 30th, 225 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection.
So why don't I see you at sidebars?
This guy here. Reading reports and writing. No. He read the reports and then you can't do that. He's got to make his his own report. You can't use people that are going to testify his report to produce your report. That's kind of like wrong. You got to do your own independent report to get to the result, right? In your own. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I'm trying to do 4 things at once, people. Sorry. This one's kind of important. No. Yeah. This is corruption. This is absolute corruption. Yeah, I'm good, guys. I'm all right.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Burgess. You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Welcome. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
AAA for identification.
Thank you. May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess, if
Yes.
you could take a look at what has been marked for identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with text stream event 1162.2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put, the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor. And I re-offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
Exhibit 188.
Could someone provide me with that 143 page today, please?
Sorry, what were you asking for?
We can,
For a copy for me of that 143 pages before we leave today.
before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another. Thank you.
Yes.
You can, please.
Hold on, was it marked?
It's 188.
What number?
188.
Thank you.
May I present it back to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Aussie, thank you so much for
Sir, you
today,
now
Aussie.
have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the infotainment, for when infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred?
So that would be text stream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162.2. You both use 1162.2, correct?
Correct. And I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher, I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12/31/43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12/31/38 and ending at 12/31/43, correct?
Correct. According to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. Per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12/32/09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right. But in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffen that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffen says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12/32/16, which is after 12/31/43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12/32/16, which is after 12/31/43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So in Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented is dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated,
yes.
but do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report.
Right,
Correct.
and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your
Correct.
first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay. You said you've read Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffen states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12/33/14, correct?
Objection. So the same, I'm going to strike it, do it the same way, Mr. Lassie, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffen has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffen has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Lassie, why don't you show it?
That's what I was going to do. I will, Your Honor. And
Do
if
that.
we could put it up, we've got it, that's already in evidence on the screen.
Okay.
It's already in evidence in
So are
screen.
you talking about Mr. Whiffen's report or?
Correct, but well, you know what? I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor. I'll do it the way you suggest. Sir, do you recall the specific time that Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffen, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket state detected? Would that
Yeah.
help? your
Yes.
record? Okay,
Yeah.
sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have it, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. I'm just going to go to the page so we can do this. This is heavily highlighted. This is on the 2 pages. No, I'm saying this is. Got an agreement of sorts with Mr. Brennan. Could I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see it sidebar for 2 minutes. Okay.
And that's probably it for the day, people. Let's see what happens when she comes back. Not just writing reports, but people are depending upon those reports. People are actually thinking that it's written by an expert, you know? This is not the guy. He's probably, I don't even know, you know, at this point, Hank's probably so embarrassed. I don't think he's doing much of anything.
Jurors, this seems like a good place to wait.
Great
Thought
place.
maybe we'd get a few more minutes, but I understand that we should end for the day. So those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see you tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
All right. Closing notebooks and follow me, please.
We'll see you.
Dave, it's my pleasure to do this for you guys. Really is. Yeah, another day down, right? Mm-hmm. Oh my God, you guys are amazing.
Jury's left the room.
All right. So are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow.
There's some stuff going on here, guys. So let me just, that's done. So let me show you what we got going on here. Check this out. Share this status. State police have arrested Erica Walsh for wearing sweatshirt, criticizing the police in the buffer zone. Attorney Mark Randazza witnessed it. There he is. There's Erica. There's Erica in cuffs. That's Trooper Hardman. That's the little punk right there, too. That's the guy. These two people are frickin' frack. Dangerous people, man. So there's that news. And then this. Just when it couldn't get any crazier today. Brian Walsh's attorney is looking to throw out all of the incriminating Google searches due to Norfolk District Attorney's Office newfound determination that Celebrate reports are not accurate. They are willing to let an alleged wife killer go free in order to protect Jen McCabe. The defense attorneys for Brian Walsh, who was charged with killing and dismembering his wife, are looking to have his internet searches barred from being used by the prosecution. So there's that. What is going on? I didn't present it. I'm sorry, guys. Stupid me. There you go. What's up with that, right? What is going on in Massachusetts at this moment? I'm just at a loss. Aiden got some of his charges dropped earlier, which they all should be charged. All the charges should be dropped, right? I mean, come on. It's going to be interesting to see what Aiden says today, man. What else? Let me see what else I got out here. Hold on, guys. Yeah. So, all right. It's almost 4 o'clock. It's been a day. I'll tell you, that's been a day of days. Justice Serve TV is on at 6, I do believe. Please tune into them. They're great people. My attorney has some images, and I think I'm going to let him put out what he needs to put out, and for whatever reason he seems need to do. I have faith in that man. He is probably the premier First Amendment attorney in the entire country. You can't get better than this guy. I mean, he actually wrote some of the laws that they have to follow. That's this. He's that in tune with this specific issue. He's the one guy you want, and I'm just blessed to have him. You know, do what I can do. I can't really say much. But tomorrow's a new day, right? And just so you guys know, I'm going back tomorrow. So plan your schedule accordingly. I will be up and early, maybe another 7:30 morning, like it was today. And this time I'll attempt to get Karen walking into court again. And I'll try and get back before the break, which is very possible. So we'll see what happens in the morning. How about that? That said, I love you all. You're all wonderful people. Thank you all for the support today. There's 4,274 people in here right now. 4,274 people. And I love each and every one of you guys. And you all are just great. And I know you're supporting me. And yeah, this isn't done. You guys aren't wrong. How about that? And you don't need to take to be arrested or have them throw you around like a rag doll. You guys don't need that. So, yep. I'm good. I'm not afraid of them. Not a big deal. I didn't do anything wrong. That's the problem. They did. Now we let other people decide that case. But for the meantime, real quick, Karen's defense fund went over $1 million. Doesn't mean she doesn't still need defense funding. So please donate to Karen Reed Defense Fund. That's 1. 2, if you are here, please hit the like, subscribe, thumbs up. That's all good stuff for the algorithms. I know the chat's been on fire today. You guys are great. You can't miss me. I'll be in a shirt and tie. Yeah. Tomorrow's a new day. And I'm going to go take some medicine and go to sleep. I love you guys. Remember, Aiden comes on. I think he comes on and recaps. I think he does it at 5. I'm not sure. Just Serve TV's on at 6 o'clock. And Aussie, what a thank God. Thank you, God, for Aussie. She stepped in because I was in the middle of stuff. Thank God she was there to see it all. Unfortunately, she's witnessing what's happening here. And this is like, Belfast Island or something, I don't get it. He may be on Howie Carr at 4:30, so keep a lookout for that. He usually puts it on his Twitter, so that would be a good place to check for the Howie Carr thing. All right, everybody. You all get some rest. It's been a long day. It's been an emotional day for everybody, and we got through it. Karen Reed's going to wake up in the morning with a murder charge over her head. Think of that. Regardless of what happens, that's what she's going to wake up with. No, I'm good with that. I'm set. No. So, I'm going to go put some more ice on my shoulder and have some time to the TV. Thank you all for being here again. I do it for you guys. And we'll catch you tomorrow. No one's, Gail, no one's getting arrested. No one, no. All right, everybody. Love you all. Thank you for my mods who did an amazing job today. Thank you for everything. And everyone else, see you in the morning.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. Don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake that you can trust, eyes that don't blink when it comes to us. Karen smiles because she knows it's true. She's got a soldier and his name's CPU. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. When the courthouse is empty and the crowd's gone home, Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, a million prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.